Hello from Corey.
Hello, Corey.
Hold off for 1 second. Test.
That's a great background, Helen.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Natalie.
It looks nicer than the wind out today.
I know. So I got to use this and calm myself down.
Yes, that's a good strategy.
Good afternoon, Mayor.
My microphone unmutes us. All right. Hi, Helen. That was you that said hi, I assume.
Yes, I did.
Good to see you. Thank you for coming.
Thank you too.
Just 2 seconds and we'll get this meeting going. Your Wi-Fi? Somebody heard you.
We're getting kind of a buzzing noise. Am I the only one getting that? You're getting that too, Sheena? Okay. You're not. Okay.
Oh, crap. Okay, so when I accepted that meeting invite, it overrode the one that I had in my calendar and it had the proclamation attached to it. So do you guys have a copy of the proclamation? Okay, thanks. I had a whole bunch of stuff attached to that calendar invite. Oh, well. Maybe Sean knows how to retrieve it. Yeah, this is going on a good start, hey? I don't know when I would have accepted that original one, though. Pardon? Sure. All right, everyone on Zoom, just give us 2 secs. We got to find a missing email or a listing calendar invite. Mhm.
If it came from, do you remember who sent the invite?
Probably you guys.
If it had something attached, it was probably Anne that attached it.
No, I attached it.
Oh, you attached
Yeah,
it?
I always attached.
Or you can even just look by date, the most recent, if you just deleted it. it should be-
I didn't delete it though, because I just accepted
Oh, the new
yours.
one.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll email her just in case you have that.
Okay. Yeah, I need the proclamation like right now. Actually, maybe Christina's still here. Pardon? Okay, because Christina, actually, I did sign a copy of the proclamation, so I know it's upstairs. Well, no, you shouldn't have to do that. Helen, did you hear me? I'm trying to find the proclamation. Give me 2 seconds.
I didn't hear that.
I had a digital copy attached to my calendar, and now we'll get the hard copy one.
Sounds good. Thank you.
But we can start the meeting, I guess. Call it to order. January 31st, 2022. Calling our meeting to order. Attendance at the start of the meeting is 100% with Councillor Killick, Councillor Mackay, and Councillor Broadhead in chambers, plus myself in chambers, and Councillor Jolly, Bermansky, and Hughes on Zoom. So that's good. We have a proclamation that we'll get to hopefully right away. And then our other presenter is Mr. Matt Back. And of course, I had all the presenters attached to my calendar, but there was more. Resend that because it was attached to the calendar. Do I need to, is there anyone that was speaking right at 2? Hold on, guys. I really apologize for this. Pardon? There it is, speakers. Okay, yes. So Matt was going to speak at when Councillor Killick actually puts his motion on the floor. Christine Brown Smith is a resident. Is she online right now?
Yes.
Christine.
I
That
am online right now,
there
yes.
you are. Your camera's not on, but I can see your name.
Yes.
Thank you for joining us. Do you want to turn your camera on?
Yes, I can. Just give me one
You
moment.
don't have to, but it's nice to see your face.
Okay, one moment. There we are.
There you are. Awesome. Thank you. Okay,
Thank
so
you.
we're here to speak about the active communities funding, Alberta funding requests that we have a motion on the floor today. So I'm not sure if our ledge officer just explained the process. We have 5 minutes to present, and then there may be some questions from members of council or not, but go ahead whenever you're ready.
Thank you for the opportunity to address council today regarding Active Communities Alberta Twin Outdoor Rink Facility proposal and the block surrounding Cunningham Drive, Sir Winston Churchill Avenue, Fairview Boulevard, and Forest Drive, known as Fountain Park. I realize that today's motion is regarding funding of the project. When funding is usually requested, though, additional information in support of why is usually part of the process. I became aware of the location due to an article in the St. Albert Gazette, which mentions that the St. Albert Public School signed a 35-year lease with Active Communities Alberta, ACA, in October 2021. During the past week, I've tried to find out more information as I have concerns. I've been trying to learn more about this project and its exact location, not just an artist's sketch. I feel there's been a lack of transparency regarding its current location, and is it possible for an overall plan of the block to be shared with the public? A main concern is access points to the rinks. As a homeowner who backs onto this block, as well as a parent who has children who walk to 2 of the schools, I have numerous safety concerns. Students from Lauren Aikens use the fields and green space throughout the year. Currently, you can see their snow structures. Paul Kane students also use the fields throughout the year as well. Sir Alexander Mackenzie students use the paths to learn how to bike, not to mention the residents who use the entire block to walk, cycle, the playgrounds, sports fields, and baseball diamonds. In an article on stalberttoday.ca on January 28th, 2022, it stated about the 35-year land lease. Prior to land use changes, does there not have to be a public hearing or notices in the newspaper and residents advised? To the best of my knowledge, this has not yet happened. And if funding's being requested, wouldn't proper land use changes and notifications need taken care of? The particular block contains a high school, junior high, fountain park pool, 4 baseball diamonds, 2 playgrounds, a walking path, the alternative high school, tennis courts, and recently revitalized soccer football field. Across is an elementary school, junior high, track, outdoor rink, Montessori daycare, as well as there's 2 SIGGUS daycares. There's a minimum of 3,000 students on this block, 3,000 students who need to walk, bike, or driven to school. Safety's frequently been a topic during school council meetings. The ACA commented during social media articles that there's already 400 parking spaces available. Those 400 parking spots that are available, surely they have a designation. There's already a lack of parking, and it's difficult for residents to access their driveways. Most of us tolerate it because it's for a short space of time and it doesn't travel into the evening. Regarding the funding, in the article dated January 28th in the St. Albert Gazette and stalberttoday.ca, ACA's president states that $500,000 has been raised. Was this funding not part of the original proposal? And that $500,000 has been listed since February 2021 on their Facebook page. On a $6 million project, the sum is not increased in the last 6 months. Our property taxes are increasing 2.8%, which is on average $105. Inflation across Canada is at its highest since 1991. Have the rising cost of material and labor been factored into the $6 million budget? Current inflation would add $288,000 to the project, which is nearly 60% of their current funds raised. Additionally, the City of St. Albert refurbished 2 of the baseball diamonds in 2020 in Fountain Park, and the athletic field adjacent to Lauren Aikens was upgraded, I believe it was 2018 or 2019. If the public school board has the ability to lease out the land, then why were City of St. Albert funds used to improve fields that are owned? There's also a disproportionate of facilities in the south part of St. Albert compared to the north part, exploring other parts of St. Albert to be more inclusive. Within 4 kilometers, there's currently 16 skating surfaces. 6 are within 1 kilometer and 2 of those are indoor arenas. Why are other locations which were considered part of the original project not still being considered? The original location, North St. Albert, is what gathered so much support, and that's underserviced. And according to the 2018 St. Albert census, the most populated part is Lacombe Park, Grandin, Deer Ridge, and Erin Ridge. And the median ages for Jensen Lakes, Northridge, Erin Ridge North, Deer Ridge, and Erin Ridge goes between 29 to 40.5. The neighborhoods surrounding the proposed site, the median age goes between 41.7 to 63.9. So the age demographics show the need for an ice surface in North St. Albert, and that it would have an increased vehicle traffic to the proposed site, which brings safety and parking back to being a top concern for myself. I'm not arguing that we don't need additional ice surface. I think that's a great addition, but not when it takes away from additional land that's already in use and will bring additional safety concerns to an area that's already busy. Thank you for your time.
Oh, you did it. I was just gonna give you we're at 5 minutes, perfect. I'll open it up to questions from members of council right away. I'll start with, there needs to be an understanding that this is not a city project at all. It's being proposed by a private group of not-for-profit, thank you, group. And we are so early in some of the conversations on this project. Like you asked about access points. I don't even know. I haven't seen what's going to be happening. So this process is a ways away. And you did address the funding, which is what we are considering today. There's always an opportunity to partner with a group like this to probably bring down the costs of building ice rinks in St. Albert. This is in many ways, I think probably the motivation is to try to save money, not spend more money. All the operational, et cetera, would be the responsibility of Active Communities Alberta. But you bring up some fabulous points, especially about the location and the number of rinks around. So that's the debate we're going to get into today. So I don't know if any members of council have any questions. I will open up the participants so I can see hands going up. I see no hands up. Oh, okay, there you go. I got to look at the chat box, at the everything. Go ahead, Councillor Killick.
Thank you, Mayor Hare. Yes, lots of hands and buttons to push. My only question, and thank you very much for coming today to present your concerns, and you addressed quite a few of them very quickly within the 5 minutes, so it's kind of hard for me to. I was going to try and start to write them down, but quickly got ahead of myself there. Have you actually been able to reach out directly to ACA to have any of your questions addressed, or is this the first chance you're being able to bring it forward?
Thank you for your question. As I mentioned, I've learned about it in the past week. I did email them this morning as well as the superintendent, vice superintendent, and school board trustees for the St. Albert Public School Board, and I've not had a response from anyone.
Okay. Great that you have reached out. I think that's the right thing. As we've said, this is a private, non-for-profit project that's being considered and brought forward. So they will have all the answers to your questions. The process would be that this facility would go through the regular planning requirements. ACA has always prided themselves, I think, in getting public engagement. They probably have targeted a lot of the sports groups in the past, but I do know resident engagement is also on their to-do list, and we'll be hearing more about that later this afternoon when the motion is actually brought forward. And ACA is going to do some opening comments as well about their project. So if you're able to either stay for the call or join back on when that comes to the table, or it will be recorded and you'll be able to view it on the web, that's an opportunity as well. But I would encourage you certainly to reach out, as you have, directly to the people that can answer those questions for you. And any that still maybe remain resolved after you hear back from them, certainly you can direct any of those inquiries to myself as counsel, and we'll try and get those addressed for you as well. So there's a couple of opportunities that I'd like to offer to you.
Thank you very much for that. I just feel that a lot of the support that they're sharing and that was garnered, it was for the North St. Albert location, and it's not been revealed the new location publicly besides an artist's sketch. So I feel that's misleading to members of public and some of the teams that may have supported the project and will still support the project. But my concerns are, as I've mentioned, so thank you very much.
Yeah, sorry, it's Kirsten. I would encourage you to you don't have to stick around and watch our whole meeting because that might bore you. But later on this afternoon, I can't predict exactly when Active Communities will be here, and we will be debating Councillor Killick's motion, so it will be recorded. So if you don't get a chance to watch it on YouTube today, you can watch it later. So hopefully. I do see that Councillor Hughes also has a question for you, if that's okay.
Thank you. I just wanted to reassure you, the decision about the funding is not in today's motion. Today's motion is to tell Active Communities when they would expect a decision about the funding. And part of the requirements are they have to fundraise another $3 million minimum. And we have to go through a financial assessment, which will be on their dime. And then after all that's brought forward, and there's conditions the city's putting on there, they have to be mutually agreeable about all the conditions about the assessment. And then once that were to go forward, the motion is that then there would be an answer about the funding. The funding could still be zero. Okay. And it does, if the funding is zero, it does not stop active communities from still pursuing a development agreement, just about the funding period. But today is not about whether or not we're giving them funding. It's about when there would be an answer about giving them funding, which is basically we need more information and we need to have more fundraising completed before we will give you an answer. That is what today's motion is, because they've come forward and given us proposal. And so these are the conditions that we would give them an answer to. That's what the motion is today. Okay, so it's not about actively throwing away or putting money towards something right now. It's about give us these conditions, give us some more financial analysis, and then after we've had some time to look at it, then we'll come back with an answer in 60 days. So that hopefully some of your concerns that you have will also be brought forward for us to look at when a decision for funding, if the motion does pass, when decision for funding is being discussed. That's it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Hughes. That's a good point. And I guess the other point I would make to all, because I know that there was a bit of
Mayor Heron, I don't think we can hear you.
okay, can you hear me now? I was just going to add that we did get a lot of emails from, I presume, some of your neighbors over the weekend. And so if you could take a message back to your neighbors that there will be more opportunities to come and speak to council in the future. So there's no required by the Municipal Government Act to have a public hearing around this. But if we were to give Active Communities Alberta $1.5 million or more or less or whatever thing, that would be a decision made in a council chambers, which is always open to the public. So I would encourage you guys to just keep, watching what's going on. It'll be in the Gazette, it'll be on our website. And then if it gets closer to an actual decision, come and speak your voice. That's what we're here for. So thank you for coming. I don't see any more questions, so we're good there. But we do have a couple more speakers. Helen, are you okay sticking around for like a few more minutes?
Yes, I don't mind.
I have the proclamation in front of me now, but I want to just finish this active communities conversation, and then I want to give you, the due time and attention that needs to be for this proclamation, if that's okay with you.
Yes, thank you.
Awesome. Okay, because I do have a couple more speakers on this topic, and I've got Crimson Sumner's Kim Armstrong and Michael Bernays, all from St. Albert Public Schools. Are you? I see Crimson here, and I did think I saw Kim. Is Kim here? Okay, I don't see Kim. She was here, but Crimson
and Michael are here as well.
Okay, their cameras aren't on. That's why they're not popping onto my screen. So if you guys could turn on your cameras, we could see you, and then we can go. So Kim, I'll go to you with a question. Are you speaking on behalf of everyone, and the other two are here to answer questions, or do we need 5 minutes each for all three of you? And you're muted. There you go.
Sorry, this is a Zoom environment I haven't been in before, so it's very cool. Thank you, Mayor Heron. I think that on behalf of the St. Albert Public School Board, we wanted to hear the conversations around active communities, and we did receive the email this morning, and so wanted to ensure that ensure Ms. Brown-Smith that we will be responding, but there is the time frame was a little short to get back, and this was happening. Unless the superintendent has remarks, we're here to be listeners and part of the process. So thank you very much.
All right. I don't know if Michael or Crimson, do you actually want to present to council?
Hi, Mayor Heron, it's Crimson. No, we were simply attending to listen and be in support of active communities today. So didn't have a formal presentation. I would just say to council that we will go back and review anything that's brought before us. But at this time, we do support active communities in its bid for additional funding through the city. And, we're hopeful that will get passed today.
All right, perfect. I do know Matt Bakowicz is coming, but he's going to speak later. So you might, again, want to watch on YouTube. But I will, because you're here, open it up for questions. If anyone has any questions for the school board. Councillor Jolly, go ahead.
Thank you. Just a few questions. So just to frame this, the first time I heard about this project was from the Gazette article, or from a Gazette article. So I was quite surprised to see that the commitment is to open this fall. So to that end, I'm kind of curious about a few aspects of what I've read in the media. One is for the 35-year lease, what will happen to the building and the land at the end of that lease period?
Who's gonna tackle that one?
Thank you, Mayor Heron. I will turn that over to Associate Superintendent Secretary Treasurer Michael Brenneis. He is the one that has been working through the agreement process and the contract process with active communities, and he can perhaps shed some light on that.
Thank you. So through the mayor to Councillor Jolly, in terms of the agreement, and I don't mean to put city administration is on the spot, we have kept them briefed as we went along this process. It should be noted as well that in terms of the reporting that was done in terms of when the agreement was reached, the Gazette, I think, was maybe just slightly overzealous in saying a deal had been reached. That was actually only finalized late in January. So around the 22nd of January is when that memorandum of understanding and essentially that agreement was reached. So it has been relatively recently signed off. Specifically to your question in terms of what should happen at the end of the lease, St. Albert Public Schools does have the option to have active communities return it to its existing state, less the setup of the ball diamond. Because once again, that many years out, I think we'd have to see just what amenity would make most sense for the school jurisdiction and the community, but essentially returning it back to green space. Thank you.
Thank you. That is really helpful. Edmund did kind of update us, but I wasn't sure if that was in the public or allowed to be public. So thank you for clarifying that timeline. My second question is that if ACA is unable to kind of maintain this facility, is the school board going to be taking that on, like to run the facility? To Councillor Jolly through the mayor, once again, it would depend, I think, on why they would not be able to operate at that time. Certainly when we look at school jurisdictions across the province, our expertise is in terms of educating and providing educational programming to students, not running recreational facilities, although we do a darn fine job in terms of gymnasiums and that type of thing. But in terms of this, once again, it does have the option to revert to the school board, or alternatively at any point in time during that, it can revert back to being put back to green space by active communities. So sorry, I was thinking more if they went under.
Exactly. And that's what I said. So at that point in time, then at the option of the school jurisdiction, it can be put back to green space at their cost.
Okay, I'll leave that one there. And then my last question is whether those initial meetings with the city have taken place in terms of kind of their role in acquiring a development permit. I understand there's some quite complex infrastructure there that would have to be managed. Have those discussions started?
To Councillor Jolly through the mayor. So once again, I don't want to be stealing any thunder from Matt's presentation in terms of what he'll be proposing. But in terms of it, our understanding is when the city decided not to proceed with the West End recreational complex and active communities went out and looked for a partner, they did come to us. And through this process and reaching the agreement, we do not want to see school jurisdiction funds go into the facility. So once again, as part of this, in terms of the development agreement that will be signed, it also speaks to that active communities is then responsible for meeting all the requirements that the city would place on the development of this proposed facility.
And of course, if they're not able to meet those, then the facility does not get constructed.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. That's all I have.
All right, any more questions? Oh, Councillor Mackay.
Yeah, sorry. Thank you very much for coming today, Mr. Brennies. I really appreciate the your comments, and I'm not sure whether or not you can answer this question. I'm not sure if there's any confidentiality in relation to your MOU with Active Communities, but if you can, I'd be interested in knowing if the school board has put any time limits on whether or not they Active Communities can actually get the necessary funding to build the facility, regardless of whether or not they get funding from the city for that portion. Because we're already, potentially, if we pass this motion, we're already putting a bunch of different requirements on it to give the money. Has the school board, or are you permitted to tell me whether or not the school board's put similar kind of conditions on it, or is that confidential?
To Councillor Mackay, through the mayor's chair, yes, we have put requirements in terms of what we thought was a reasonable amount of time for the construction to begin. And then once the construction has begun, for it to be concluded. So quite right, I think you're wise for raising those cautions. We shared those same concerns and have incorporated those in.
Thank you.
Awesome. All right, I see no more questions. Oh, Kirsten, I would love to give you an opportunity, but that's not the way we legislatively work. So I did hear a commitment from Kim Armstrong to respond to your letter. And, you know, maybe you guys can have a conversation. Honestly, this is supposed to, it's hard to explain, but it's a media council and I can't permit a back and forth between residents at this time. I mean, I'll meet with you at any time and talk about this, but yeah, I just want to stay pure to the process. So I am seeing no more speakers. Can I go now to the proclamation, everyone, that I was unprepared for, and now I am. I have it in front of me. Helen, you're with us on a beach, it looks like. Sorry about that delay. Helen, I'm so pleased to do this once again. I'm trying to remember if this is our third time that we've declared Black History Month. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, and so I was, this is such an important proclamation for me. I actually got a list of all the proclamations that we do annually, and I wrote back to my staff that these are the ones that are super important to me, and Black History Month, Pride, those kind of things. They're just so important. And I mean, last term council was so pleased to be the first council to proclaim it, and I'm so glad it's contributing. It's really a month where we can really celebrate all the achievements and contributions by Black Canadians in their communities throughout history and going into the future. Obviously, you've done so much to help with the cultural diversity in St. Albert, and your group itself has just done from the grassroots and ground up to support that diversity, but also to actually make it feel like a more inclusive community here in St. Albert. And I know you were helpful getting the Latin group started up just with that grassroots effort. And so I'm really pleased to proclaim it again. I'll let you, when after the proclamation is read, say a few words about the activities that you have planned for this month, because I know there's quite a few. I just wanted to point out that in my quick little Google search, the theme for Black History Month in 2022 is, and this is so appropriate, it's called February and Forever, celebrating Black history today and every day. So it's not just a month of celebrations, it's an everyday thing, but we do like to take our time to celebrate, especially on February 26th when we get to have a taste of Africa. So I will head into the proclamation now, and I'll give you the floor, and you can talk a little bit about what's going on this month.
Thank you.
So, whereas throughout its long history, St. Albert has been characterized and strengthened by its diverse and distinctive cultures. People of African descent have made significant contributions to the development and betterment of the city of St. Albert. The Black history community continues to play a vital role within the social and cultural mosaic that is St. Albert. And whereas Black History Month was first recognized in Ontario in February 1993, marking the 200th anniversary of the passage of legislation prohibiting the importation of slaves into Upper Canada, And whereas Black History Month continues to provide the opportunity to commemorate, celebrate, and recognize the achievements of Canadians of African descent, and to recognize their rights to equal opportunity and freedom from discrimination in Canada. And whereas this proclamation coincides with the United Nations Declaration of the International Decade for People of African Descent from 2015 to 2024, this international decade encourages Canada and other countries to take action to protect and promote human rights of people of African descent, and to recognize the invaluable contributions that people of African descent have contributed to communities worldwide, including St. Albert. So now, therefore, on behalf of Council and the residents of the City of St. Albert, I, Mayor Kathy Heron, do hereby proclaim February as Black History Month in St. Albert. There we go. Everybody clap. I wish we had a bigger crowd. The first time we did this, we had music and celebration in the lobby of City Hall, and it was such a great day, and now we're on Zoom. So anyway, Helen, why don't you just, I'll turn the floor over to you for any comments and maybe a little bit of lists of your events.
Thank you very much, Mayor Kathy, and all the councillors present in council, and every other staff member and residents. On behalf of the African and African Descendants Friendship Club of St. Albert, we want to say thank you for proclaiming Black History Month again this year. We truly appreciate the support that we get from you and all the councillors and residents of St. Albert. We want to say, since we started, we've actually received lots of support from the community, and we are so thankful, and we don't take it for granted. And I want to say that we also acknowledge those that have come before us, because we're actually riding on their efforts, all the work they put in, to make Black History Month proclaim all over Canada. We as a community, we are riding on that, and we acknowledge and we are grateful. And as you said, there are lots of events that are going to be happening this month in St. Albert. One of them is starting tomorrow with the St. Albert Cultural Department. There's going to be an arts exchange with so many other communities to talk about how we survived COVID and the rest. So it's part of one of the activities we're doing tomorrow evening by 7 p.m. And on Friday the 4th and Friday the 11th, in partnership with the St. Albert Public Library, we're going to be having Black movie nights with the public library. One of the movie nights, we're going to be looking at movies about Journey to Justice. It's a very interesting movie that I will encourage everyone to register with the library to attend and have conversations and learn about some history of people of African descent here in Canada. So those movie nights are what's going to be showcased, an opportunity for people to have conversations with others about racism and things like that have happened, and what we are all doing together to make changes. And we are also in partnership with the St. Albert Museum. We're going to have displays in the museum, African stories and artifacts and art craft things that are going to be displayed in the museum this month of February. And as we've done in the past 3 years, we are also planning to do the Taste of Africa in the St. Albert Art Theatre. It's pretty exciting, and we as a community, we are working to make sure that we bring a very good, entertaining and educational event. So Taste of Africa, it's a 2 hours variety show in the Art Theatre. There will be dancing, there will be singing, poetry, armchair travel. For those that have not traveled in the past 2 years, this will be an opportunity to travel. You're going to be traveling to Africa in the Art Theatre. So, and after that event, there's going to be the food tasting. So like we did last year, there will be food boxes, and the Art Theatre follows the Alberta Health Services Restriction Exemption Program. So people that will not be eating the food there, you take the food home, but you have opportunity of having all the food that we're going to be bringing. So we are calling on the whole community to come support us as we bring this event again, Taste of Africa, celebrating Black History Month in St. Albert. So thank you very much, Mayor Kati, councillors, staff, and all residents present. We truly appreciate your support.
Well, thank you. Thank you for all that you're doing. It's a lot of work to organize these events. So we want to thank you and appreciate everything you're doing to bring our community together. I will be there on the 26th. I will come in a fasting mode and super hungry. And that'll be great. So, and I noticed, honestly, this school board stuck around, even though they were done with their presentation, they stuck around to hear this because I think, that education is part of their curriculum. And so thank you both, Crimson and Kim, for sticking around for this portion of our meeting as well. All right.
I even forgot to mention we're in partnership with the schools too, because we're going to be making virtual presentations in the school this month and possibly throughout the year. We have partnership with them too.
Oh, that's excellent. That's good to hear. Well, look at that, working together. Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you.
All right, council, we're going to have to go back to the beginning because I forgot to do the adoption of the agenda again. So Councillor Mackay, can you do that? And as we all got an email, we're going to remove 8.1, which is the collaborative economic development update, off the agenda so it's a little bit more fine-tuned. So thank you for that, Councillor Killick. So with that amendment, Councillor Mackay, can you make a motion to approve the agenda as amended?
Absolutely, that the January 31st, 2022 agenda be adopted as amended.
All right, before I go to that motion, is there anything else we need to change on the agenda? Seeing nothing.
Mayor Herring, I wanted to remove 9.1.
This is.
I just had a quick.
This is not consent agenda. This is agenda. Yeah, yeah.
I'm getting way ahead of myself already here. I got excited about consent.
Okay, I was behind.
I got.
Yeah, this is just the agenda. All right, so call for the vote. Got them all? All right, unanimous? Okay, good guess. All right, that is unanimous. Any business arising from our presentations, most of it was ACA, so we'll wait till we get to Councillor Killick's motion, unless there's something about Black History Month. But nope, okay. And now I'm going to go to the consent agenda. So we were emailed 2 things to be removed from consent. Councillor Bermansky wanted 7.4 pulled off. And Councillor Hughes, before I agree to pull 9.1 off, is it about the date of the public hearing?
No, I just had a couple quick questions, just procedurally about the new annexation area as far as the NDP. So
I think, yeah, if this is about the actual motion, we can't answer those questions until we have a public, it has to be asked in public during a public hearing. It's
I know. Yeah. The challenge we have is that everything's going
all
to.
we're doing today is putting it on the floor and setting a public hearing date. Questions regarding the actual bylaw have to wait to the public hearing.
No, but the problem we have right now is it's going to the MRB. And so I just had a question about before it went to the MRB. That's all. Because once it goes to the MRB for approval, if we actually have amendments to make, we have to send it back to the MRB. So I just had a quick question. It was not a big deal. If you want me to leave it on, I'll leave it on, I guess.
Yeah, we'll leave it on because I don't want to exclude the public from this. And we can always make amendments at second reading. That's
all right. Let's just go with it then.
Okay. So just 7.4. Can somebody make the motion to do consent? Thank you, Councillor Broadhead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. That the recommendations in the following agenda reports be approved. 6.1, regular council meeting minutes of January 10th, 2022. 7.1, Community Living Standing Committee, CLSC draft unadopted minutes and agenda items from January the 17th of 2022. CLSC recommendations arising from Environmental Advisory Committee. 7.3 CLSC recommendations, Environmental Advisory Committee 2021 Annual Report, and 9.1 Bylaw 01/2022 Municipal Development Plan first redesignation, first reading.
Thank you for that. Call for the vote. Got them all? Okay. That's passed unanimously. All right, we are on to 6.1, which was the minutes. I'm not going to read them, but they were approved on consent. That was from January 10th. Committee business. 7.1 was just approving the package and draft minutes from the Community Living Standing Committee. 7.2 was a recommendation for environmental grants. I'll read that. Council approved the following environmental initiatives grant program applications. So BLESS, Big Lake Environmental Support Society, for $2,250. The Braeside Pop-Up Neighborhood Garden, $5,000. Lacombe Park Garden and Connection Place for $5,000. Friends of Leo Nickerson School Enhancement Society for $5,000. River Lot 56 Naturalization Project, $2,662 for a total of $19,912. There's further details of each one of those projects in the agenda package. And thank you so much to the EAC for your adjudicating those grants. And thank you so much to the Community Living Committee for your questions. That were good. So I'm moving on now to, okay, we also approved the annual report on 7.3. I'm not going to read the entire report, but it was just received as information, and that the council approved the Environmental Advisory Committee's proposed 2022 priorities as set out in their annual report. Okay, so last agenda item that the Community Living Standing Committee was discussing a couple weeks ago was the Pehonan Reconciliation Report. So Councillor Bermansky, you pulled that off. I'll go to you for questions first.
Good afternoon, and through Mayor to Council. I do have some comments on this. I was concerned. I felt that in good conscience, I just couldn't.
Councillor Bermansky, let me just help you out here for 2 seconds.
Okay.
It's time for questions right now. I was expecting you to pull this off consent because I know you voted against it at the committee level, and you have every right to now vote against it at council. So I just want to make sure you're going into questions and not debate on why you want to vote against it. So is there a question for our staff?
Okay, the first question would be, there was the group that did the research for this project that we approved, to further discuss in April. Am I understanding correct that they were paid $50,000 for this research? And if it is to continue for more research from them until that time in April, will there be more funds paid to this group? And that would be the, that's the first question.
So you're talking Gwyn?
Yes. Well, the new name, I guess, would be the, I don't want to mispronounce it, but Pipaquan, Paytaquan.
I know.
It's wrong.
Go ahead, Cindy.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Biermansky. Through the chair, I don't have an exact amount. We were budgeted, or I guess the motion that council had approved was for the flag raising ceremony as well as for this. So it was one giant package that was approved. I don't believe we fully expended the amount that we asked this for the work that was asked of this group. I can definitely get you the exact amount and provide that to you after the meeting in terms of what has been exactly spent to date. But like I said, I don't believe it was the full sort of estimate. And in terms of any future work as of now, there isn't necessarily anything that we've identified as needing to ask, or especially not related to this committee anyhow. So in terms of anything that comes back to council in terms of the draft bylaw and the backgrounder will all be conducted by administration.
Okay. And the second question is, as this was presented by the research group, they were going with the 16-member group of citizens, well, non-citizens mostly. And so if it's presented and approved as is, does it have to be that type of committee, or could we have an Indigenous committee, for example, that isn't paid, to meet? Like most of the committees in the city are volunteer. Can we change those variables of the committee if we, put it forward at this time to be considered in April?
Thank you for the question. Through the mayor, when this presentation was made to committee 2 weeks ago, we obviously received some really good feedback that we're absolutely going to incorporate into the draft bylaw and backgrounder. This is going to include things like the committee cost estimates. It's going to also include an environmental scan. So we've already begun an environmental scan of what's happening regionally, provincially, and even nationally. And we want to take all this information to bring back. So again, the report brought forward recommendations for administration to look at. We're going to take that and consider all the questions that were raised 2 weeks ago at committee, take a look at the environmental scan, and then bring forward a draft bylaw that would be for council's, debate, amendments, and ultimate decision in June, but all that information. So just what we heard doesn't necessarily mean that's what we're bringing forward. And I see Mr. LaFleur.
Go ahead, David.
Okay, just to supplement that, the motion before council today instructs basically me, I draft the bylaws, to bring back a bylaw consistent with this Pehonan report, okay? And you can do that in a number of ways, right? I can draft a bylaw that's consistent, but there is some, if you will, wiggle room or flexibility in what I would draft. I was listening extremely carefully at the committee, and I'm going to be listening very carefully today. And based on what I hear in debate, but always consistent with that report, assuming that's the motion that council passes today, that's what the bylaw will look like. And then when it comes back to council, as with any bylaw, council can do what it pleases with it. You can make amendments at second reading as much as you want. So really, it's the bylaw that would come back if this motion is passed today is only a starting point. Where it ends up entirely depends on where council wants to take it, particularly at second reading, which is where the amendments occur.
My last question would be through mayor to legislative. Would it not be easier to look at the conditions of that bylaw before creating the bylaw? We have some research from this group, but we don't have any input from council on the bylaw variables. So I just feel like we're remiss in representing the community when we're going to outside communities, creating a bylaw for outside communities without first discussing it within the city, and being that it would be city tax dollars. So I'm very confused by this bylaw. It seems like it's a little bit premature.
I think, Councillor Bermansky, there was a couple of concerns that were raised during the committee, and I think Cindy's team did a good job of kind of jotting those down, and we'll probably consider them as they're drafting this. But it's really hard to debate a bylaw until it's actually in front of us. And so there'll be lots of opportunities before we approve anything for you to, talk about residency of members of the committee or pay of the committee or whatever is your concerns. Because today we're not approving the bylaw, and I get your concern about process, that it seems maybe in reverse order, but it's really hard for all of council to be on the same page unless we see something in front of us. And I know Mr. Hiltz is going to actually have a conversation with council about some of these more concerning or sensitive pieces of the bylaw with us before it's drafted.
And my last question, Mayor, please, is their research group, are they the only ones that are having input into how this bylaw is set up? Because that's all I've seen so far.
So through the mayor, I think the plan was to ask them to research and to meet with a number of community members to gather input on what this committee of council could look like and what their recommendations were. But that's just one element of information that's going to inform what council brings, or pardon me, what administration brings forward to council to debate and ultimately decide upon. So again, we asked them to we tasked them with meeting with a number of community members, meet with a number of different local organizations, some local First Nations, the Métis Local. They had all those conversations, brought forward some recommendations. We're going to take that in consideration of what we heard at committee 2 weeks ago. We're also going to consider some of our environmental scan work and other considerations, and we're going to package that all up when the bylaw gets debated, if this motion passes, when the bylaw gets debated in June. So again, it was meant to be sort of a snapshot from the perspective of the committee, because that's what they were tasked to do. And then the rest, administration is going to make sure that we look at other considerations.
I can't hear you I couldn't hear the last part of it, sorry.
Oh, sorry. So again, we had commissioned this organization, or the Pipiguan. We had commissioned them to do a very specific piece to make sure they could gather community input as well as critical stakeholder input locally as well as regionally. So that's definitely one piece of information that's going to inform administration what the bylaw ultimately includes. But we are definitely going to take what committee's comments were a couple of weeks ago, as well as some of the best practices that we're currently researching regionally, locally, nationally, because we recognize that there are a lot of elements that have to be considered, and this is going to be somewhat complex. And so we're pulling all of that together, and then we'll ultimately bring forward a draft bylaw for council's consideration.
Thank you then.
All right, I see no more questions. So Councillor Mackay, this is your committee. Can you put the motion on the floor?
Yeah, no, I'll be pleased to put the motion on the floor, Madam Mayor, that the report, I wanted to just make sure I was reading the correct one. Thank you very much, Tamara. That the report dated January 2022, does it need an actual date or just month?
The report doesn't have a date. It's just dated January 2022.
Thank you, Mr. LaFleur. I appreciate that. I appreciate the clarification. I'll begin all over again. That the report dated January 2022, entitled St. Albert Indigenous Advisory Committee Report, developed by Pipiguan Patekwan, I apologize, formerly known as Gwyn Communications, and attached to the January 17th, 2022 Community Living and Standing Committee agenda report entitled Pehonan Reconciliation, be received for information. And that a bylaw be passed to create a new council committee focusing on Indigenous relations consistent with the recommendations in the St. Albert Indigenous Advisory Committee report, and that administration be directed to prepare such a bylaw for consideration at the Community Living Standing Committee meeting on April 11th, 2022.
All right, I'll accept that motion. Any comments?
Yeah, thank you very much. I think, I mean, a lot of our conversation occurred, and I appreciate Councilor Bermansky bringing this forward. I think this is a very important discussion to have in our community, because it really starts to address or continues to address the Pehonan Reconciliation Report that was arising out of 2019. And out of the 14 different recommendations, there was 2 that were outstanding, and they were around the fact that we should, it was recommended that we should strike a council committee at minimum being co-chaired by Indigenous people or representatives of Indigenous organizations, and include a number of representatives from Indigenous communities. It did not identify that they all had to reside in our community. And it was also important as one of the other recommendations that we establish sustainable funding for the committee and ongoing programming related to truth and reconciliation, for example, per capita budgeting. And some of the discussion we had at committee, which is still open to debate when it comes back in front of us as a prepared bylaw. Remember, but it's coming back to the committee on April 11th, and then it'll come back into council, will be the opportunity to discuss more in detail as to what that makeup is. But I would also like to point out, I think that this is really important, that this does not necessarily have to look, or nor should it look, like a typical committee of council. I mean, we're dealing with our founding nations, First Nations Indigenous community. I don't think we should, and I've said this at committee, I don't believe we need to box it into what our committees look like. We're not dealing with a similar type of issue or topic. We are dealing with in a nation to nation, we're dealing with individuals who aren't formed necessarily by boundaries like we see boundaries. I mean, if you look at the history of St. Albert and the nature of this community, we had Indigenous peoples that used Sturgeon Valley and the area around what is now St. Albert as a gathering place. So we had representatives from many Indigenous peoples, not only, I mean, if you listen to some of our knowledge keepers, I mean, we have representatives from all sorts of, like, whether it's Enoch, what is now Enoch. We have representatives from what is now in Alexander. We have representatives from what was in Mischief, and we have representatives that were now in Poundmaker. So, I mean, they don't define themselves by a particular boundary. And what we're trying to establish here is a way to deal with some of the recommendations arising out of the Truth and Reconciliation Committee, and how do we start to walk that path of reconciliation. So we have to be careful that we don't wall ourselves in to what we kind of think as a traditional settler type of rules and guidelines. We need to look at how do we best get the input from our Indigenous brothers and sisters, our knowledge keepers, and then be able to apply it. And so what that looks like, we don't know right now, but we engaged a consultant. They had focus groups. They brought in knowledge keepers. They brought in our residents that live in our community. So I think that right now we've got the best information in front of us. We'll get more information. It'll be brought back to committee, and then it'll be brought back. So I think, thank you very much for taking it off the consent agenda. I appreciate the comments and I appreciate the additional information, but I'm really looking forward to seeing how this starts to form. And there will be challenges. There will be probably trial and error. It may not look the same a year out that it does now, but we will start to achieve what we're trying to do with Truth and Reconciliation and some of the important things that it identified for municipal councils. So thank you, Madam Mayor.
All right, I see no more hands up. Oh, Councillor Killett, go ahead.
I just like to say that in the short time I've been on council, I've heard during our training sessions that one of the most important things to do is when we ask, we should ask, not tell. When we ask, we should listen. The report that we're being asked to accept today is our listening. What we do with that report afterwards is to create a bylaw. The bylaw will come back, as Councillor McKay has said, to committee, and then it'll come to council. So we'll have lots of opportunity to shape it the way we think will meet our Indigenous leaders' needs. But we have to first listen, and then we can shape the bylaw based on that. And I think that's what the two-part motion is today: accept the report and create a bylaw. And therefore, I think it's a very good opportunity for us to move in that direction. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no more hands up, I'll just add that after our committee meeting, I had a mid-sized mayor group and I threw Indigenous Advisory Committee on the agenda because I was really surprised with the report that said there was no similar committees in Alberta, and I was like, that can't be right. So I asked at least the mid-size, and none of them had anything even close to this. So this is very true. It's groundbreaking for St. Albert. I think Dana mentioned there might be one up in Wood Buffalo that's similar that she's researching, but Yeah, so, you know, whatever comes in front of us could be kind of precedent setting and a model for other communities. So our council should be pretty proud that we are trailblazing this one. So Councillor Mackay, anything to close?
I just want to close with the last paragraph of the consultant's report. And, you know, I'll read the first sentence and the last, and it's throughout this process, there was a resounding emphasis about making this committee of council different, and that the work towards decolonization, indigenization, and reconciliation is not an endpoint, but rather an ongoing process that is complex and cyclical.
Good way to end. Call for the vote. Voting's closed. And that one passes by majority with Councillor Bymansky opposed. All right, 8.1 we removed from the agenda. 8.2 is the waste to energy. Do we have Regan with us?
We do.
There he is.
Hello.
He's in rolling hills. Love the virtual backgrounds. All right, do you have a presentation on your agenda package, Regan?
I was.
No, I do not. I can give you a brief overview if you like.
Yeah, that would be great. Thank you.
Okay. So this project goes back to 2019. We did an RFP for a waste to energy pilot project in October of 2019. Following the RFP, there was a previous motion approving the project, and it was conditional upon 75% funding from third-party sources, which meant partners and grants. Regional partnerships and funding were sought. I think I mentioned 4 grant applications. There's actually more than that. There was 4 different groups that applications were submitted to, but I think in total it was actually 6 grant applications that were made, and partners were sought. I think most of the municipalities in the Edmonton region were spoken with through various channels. And there were actually some private partners as well that were sought. But the city of Edmonton is really the only partner that came forward with some in-kind. They offered some real estate for the pilot, and they also offered some office space, as well as picking up a share of the utilities costs. And we totaled that to about $150,000 of in-kind. So with a $4.2 million pilot, we were quite a bit short of the 75% funding that we were looking for from partners and grants. So it was never the intention to operate this for long term, but I just provided some comparative costs, because we did gain some information through this process. We've learned a lot throughout the process, and some of our learnings are the full scale facility for this to be cost effective in comparison to landfill in our parts of the world would have to be quite large. So for St. Albert to go it alone with a technology like this, it will likely be expensive, not just for the pilot, but for the full scale facility. It likely needs to be something larger than what St. Albert alone could complete or undertake. And for that reason, we're recommending, I guess the motion before you. We'd also got a couple of alternatives there for consideration. And alternative one is to go it alone. And then the implications of that recommendation would be a significantly more cost to the city of St. Albert. And keep in mind that at the end of the day, the results, what we're gaining from a pilot is data, right? So it'd be 1 year of data. At the end of the 1 year, the pilot project itself would be expected to be demolished and removed from the site. So if we don't plan to go ahead with a regional scale facility, and if we don't have that support from partners for the pilot, it's difficult to contemplate a pilot for a regional scale facility as the end goal. And then the second alternative that we've got there is consider a competitive procurement for an active demonstration facility. We are aware of some active facilities, and if we were to craft a procurement, we expect that we would get some interest in using an active demonstration facility rather than constructing a one-off pilot. But again, the data from a demonstration facility, again, would only be useful if we were contemplating a regional scale facility with partners. And at this time, we don't expect that gasification or pyrolysis are cost competitive enough in comparison to landfilling to gather the regional support that would be needed for a full-scale facility.
Awesome. I know we're going to have some questions, and I'm starting with Councillor Broadhead.
Well, thank you very much for your report. I read it with interest, to tell you the truth, and certainly you defined the in very clear terms the financial sort of picture before us. The question that I have to ask, and perhaps it's a little bit, I don't know, conjecture, but I have to ask it in any case. How do you assign a cost to burying your garbage instead of doing something with it that's more environmentally friendly? I mean, if it's pure financial, I suspect that anything that we want to do differently is always going to fall on that sword. It's always cheaper, in our land at least, just to bury it. But I'm not sure that's always the best for the environment. And I'm wondering how you reconcile or square the circle there in terms of marrying our environmental responsibility versus our fiscal responsibility. Any thoughts on that?
It's a fair comment, Councillor Broadhead, and I'd included an attachment with some additional research that we've done, looking at the environmental considerations of gasification and pyrolysis. It is quite interesting. You look at landfills, and I mean, obviously our waste has to go somewhere, so I don't think we're ever going to get rid of landfills completely. But when you look at pyrolysis and gasification, the environmental benefits are not in the way that the energy is being produced, because the burning of waste to produce energy is not considered a green way to produce electricity or a green way to produce energy. You're actually producing greenhouse gases when you actually burn the solid waste in a waste to energy project. The environmental benefits are obviously the extension of the life of landfills, as well as the reduction in the methane emissions from the landfills themselves. So there are some green aspects, definitely, but it's sort of a shades of green project. There's a lot of people consider the landfilling of plastic to be not that environmentally, I guess, bad, for lack of a better word, because it's basically sequestration of carbon, right? If we burn that plastic, we're putting it into the atmosphere. The best use of waste plastic, though, is recycling, right? Much better than landfilling and much better than waste to energy. Recycling is better, and even better than that is not using the single-use plastic in the first place. And one of the downsides of incineration and waste to energy is that it actually reduces those types of programs. What they've seen in Western Europe, where they've gone to incineration more than landfilling, and it's the reason is real estate. They don't have the real estate available in certain parts of the world to do the landfilling. And when they've moved to incineration, they see their recycling programs drop off significantly there as well. So it removes the incentive to do the recycling of the plastic. So, but I can't fully respond to Councillor Broadhead, the concerns. I understand what you're saying, and I did try to include the environmental considerations in here. And this is not just dollars and cents question. But I don't think, as per the report, I don't expect this is a decision that we can make on our own. This is a decision that needs to be made as a region. I think we need partners to go ahead with the full scale project. So,
thank you for the response. In asking it, I knew it was a big question.
Sure.
I just wanted to get it out into the public that I mean, these questions or these types of projects are sometimes larger than originally thought. And I really appreciate your response to my question there. It was interesting in terms of partners. They all want to participate. They just don't want to bring any money to the table. So anyway, thank you very much, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Broadhead. Councillor Killick, go ahead.
Thank you for the report. And I feel like it's a Wayne Gretzky comment, but you miss every shot you don't take. So I'm glad we took the time and energy and staff resources to take a look at this and get the facts. Question is, does we truck our waste to Rose Ridge out by Morinville? Does Rose Ridge, following on Councillor Broadhead's question about methane gas is 25 times worse for the environment than CO2. Does Rose Ridge do any methane gas recovery? And if they don't, has there ever been any interest in trying to do that?
through the chair to Councillor Killick, not to my knowledge, I'm not aware of a waste energy from landfill gas project out at Rose Ridge, but I think I'd have to take that away and fully investigate that question. So.
You know, Councillor Killick, you bring up a really interesting point, because I had that in here talking, because Regan had said modern landfills have liners and they capture the gas, you know, and we are sending all our garbage there. And I don't know what kind of due diligence our, and this isn't you probably, it's the environment department has done on auditing what's going on at Rose Ridge. And Rose Ridge is run by a commission that St. Albert does not have a seat on, which has annoyed me for the last little while. So, you know, maybe it's worth, Councillor Killick, Councillor Hiltz, Mr. Hiltz, organizing a tour. Why don't we go on a tour of Rose Ridge and see what they are doing and ask for some of those questions on how you're capturing and trying to be environmentally friendly, because it's our responsibility, it's our garbage. And it's our responsibility to make sure where it is going is appropriate. So that's something that's been on my mind, and I had that same question. So I don't know if you can facilitate that, Regan, getting a tour up there, because I've been on tours of our MRFs, both Edmonton and Green for Life, and I've just never gone to our dump. I hate calling them a dump, but landfill. So I think that's important for council to be brought up to speed on that. So I don't know if we can organize that. Let's wait till it warms up.
It smells a lot more when it warms up.
That's true. But I know there's examples of landfills out there that are amazing, that they ask people to sort when they come in, and there's opportunities for organic separation and stuff like that. So I'd like to see ours. Anything further in the way of questions?
Just if either through a simple memo to get a response on methane gas, if they do it or not,
Yep.
would be a good start point to understand. Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
Your worship, that would actually be a really good IR.
Yeah, and that's more of an IR. Yeah. Councilor Bermansky.
Hello, through the mayor to Regan. I just had one comment I was going to ask on the air quality as well, because I know that people that are in the regions of these, you know, burn garbage areas, it is a lot of air pollution. But my main question came from the Edmonton. You had mentioned that Edmonton had a 30-year plan for a specific project that they tried, and it had to be torn down after 17. What exactly happened to that project that it failed in half the time?
That was the Edmonton composter, and that was done as a P3 project, and the city ended up acquiring the project soon after construction. The city acquired they actually paid the P3 proponent that was successful for the building, and they expected to run it for the expected 30-year life. There are a number of issues, but the biggest problem was with the roof itself. There were some structural issues with the roof, and with snow loading, they ended up having to condemn the facility as a result. So it wasn't the fault of the technology. The composting technology itself was working well, but there were some structural issues with the roof, and it was imminent failure. And I believe the facility was recently demolished. So.
Okay, I appreciate your report. It was very thorough. Thank you again.
I did tour the composting facility down in Calgary, which is fantastic. That's a nice modern one. So Regan, explain a little bit about Enercam. So in Edmonton, they separate out their organics, and they were sending it to a composter, so that I don't know where it's going now. But the rest of the garbage was going to Enercam, which is, I assume, partially private, because it got a big investment recently, and that's waste to energy, is it not?
That is a waste energy project, and that is in fact a gasification project. So that the intent there is to take solid waste, so similar to our brown bin waste, it could be, but they've been trying a number of different feedstocks to try and find the right combination. So they do have a preference. I think wood waste is another one that, but their end product there is that they intend to produce ethanol and methanol. So On the upfront side, it is a gasification process, and then on the back end side, rather than producing electricity or using it to produce renewable natural gas or the like, they're trying to produce ethanol and methanol. So, or they are producing. I think they're successfully producing, but the numbers are not the original targets that they had for the facility. So,
And of course, that's obviously a much bigger capacity facility than what we were looking at, which is what your report sort of mentioned.
That's correct. That's correct. Yes.
If it was regional, it might be a little bit more probable. And it always sounds to me like anything organic, whether it's wood waste or kitchen waste, has more energy stored up. And because I've seen, ATCO had a wood waste one that Kate and I went to visit 2 years ago, probably pre-COVID. And they were making syngas, and it was going right into our natural gas lines here in the region, and no one knew. It was kind of interesting. So that brings me to my last question. So your alternative number 2 was consider a competitive procurement for the use of an active demonstration facility rather than a pilot. So is that sort of asking, because there's new technologies. You and I met with one right before Christmas. I got an email today about one I sent your way. Waste to energy seems to be, I wouldn't call it a buzzword, but there's lots of people in the space right now. So is option 2 pretty much saying to those technological companies, come to St. Albert, set up on your own dollar and demonstrate to us that this works? Is that what you're sort of asking?
This would be like a facility like Enerchem. Like we would send our waste, assuming that they were to respond to an RFP like that. It would be an existing facility that's operating, and it's
an existing facility.
Correct.
All right. Because even the proponent that we had, or the successful vendor that we had chosen, I'm wondering if they would want to demonstrate their technology on the small scale, which is what we were originally looking for, small scale. They claim it can work, but we need to, that was the point of the pilot, is to see if it works. You've got a lot of good arguments why it doesn't, but why don't we allow the private sector to prove it? Set up a pilot and we will monitor it.
So I guess the answer to that is the results of a demonstration facility or the results of a pilot are going to be data, right? And they're going to be specific to the city of St. Albert's waste. If we are going to move forward with a facility like this and have it be economically viable, it's going to have to be much larger. So we're going to need data not just from our own waste, we're going to need data from multiple sources. All of the participants in that regional facility, we would likely want to do a waste characterization, and we would want there's going to be a range of waste materials, and we're going to need to see that full range, not just for our waste alone. So.
Yeah, I was just trying to get that data without spending $1 by asking somebody to do it as a demonstration instead of a pilot.
We did receive an unsolicited offer letter to use a demonstration facility, and that was done in confidence. So I don't want to share too many details of that. So we know that there are demonstration facilities out there that would be interested in something like that. It's going to be probably in the same order of magnitude cost range of the $1 million range that we were expecting for the pilot, and we would have similar data, like a month of data rather than a full year of data. So we would, but.
Okay. And I guess by rescinding the motion, that doesn't shut the door to talking to these vendors in the future.
No, it does not. I think the approach that we're suggesting is let's talk to the regional partners and compare notes, because our understanding is some of our regional partners are going down different paths, and they've been investigating options themselves. And that's what we're suggesting is to approach some of the regional municipalities and compare notes, right? See what we can learn about from each other. So.
One final question. Oh, Councillor Killock's got a question, but I have one last one. Do you know, you might not know, did the town of Sylvan Lake go ahead with Fog Dog? They were very excited that they were taking all their municipal waste and turning it into that fluff that could then be burned.
I'm not aware of that. I'd have to take that away as well.
That's okay. Well, don't take that away. You know
okay.
what? You're absolutely right. This belongs at the Metro Region Servicing Plan, which is tackling solid waste. So that's a question that I don't know if you're on the working group there, you could bring it up there, or we'll get it answered over in that group, not you. Councillor Killick.
Just to make sure I'm understanding correctly, when I read the report, it sounded like it would take about 5 times roughly the amount of waste that St. Albert produces to make a break-even scale plant somewhere around that area. So we'd have to find significantly more waste than we produce ourselves and truck it in from the region. Did I get the numbers close to right?
That's right. And through the chair to Councillor Killick, that's just a back of envelope estimate of the scale that would be needed, because we're dealing with solid waste as a feedstock, which is not the preferred feedstock. If you to Mayor Herron's point, there are preferred feedstocks for the generation of the syngas on the back end, and municipal solid waste, brown bin waste is not the preferred feedstock. But so different feedstocks will perform differently, but there's also a lot of assumptions there, right? And on the back end, you're going to have to find markets for the glass waste, for the metals waste, right? You go, in order for that help makes the project more economical as well. But part of what triggers you to be at that size for it to become more economical is the production of the syngas. You can do things with it, right? A small scale facility, it's just not cost effective to try and capture that syngas and use it usefully. You just end up flaring it at a small scale facility. You need a much larger facility in order to generate the economies of scale to capture that syngas and do something valuable with it. And then the other thing is siting, right? There's also some waste heat that is produced by these facilities, and siting is very important. You would need to co-locate it at a facility that would be able to use that heat, not just at this time of the year, but in the middle of summer. You need a facility that would be able to use that waste heat 365 days of the year, and there's not a lot of facilities that are like that, but there are some. So you'd want to take some time and focus on a site that would be able to utilize that waste heat as well as the energy output. So.
Thank you.
Councillor Hughes, you have a question too?
Yes, thank you. Mr. Hiltz, I just want to thank you for bringing this back so promptly. I know this was a discussion at budget with my motion, and it was said we'll bring it back in January, and you did as promised. So I just want to acknowledge that and thank you for that. It's Lefebvre, right? That's how I say it, Lefebvre?
It's Lefebvre, yes.
Lefebvre, okay, thank you. So awesome report. It was absolutely refreshing to read. So what I'm looking at here is when you talk about the cost of 3.9 times the current cost of what, is that just on operating, or was there any consideration of how much the capital cost would be as well?
That's capital, financing, and operating through the chair to Councillor Hughes.
Okay, so all of it would be 3 to 4 times on the current facility.
That's correct.
And then for the option B, that the alternative motion 2, you said that it would be about $1 million. Again, this is approximate. We're just ballparking here. I'm not going to hold you to it. But you said it'd be probably about another $1 million. That would be for 1 month's worth of data as opposed to a year initially. Is that what we're looking at, $1 million per month to get data?
That's what we expect, yes. Well, you still have the significant operating costs, right? And yeah, the vendor, I mean, there's going to be manpower costs, there's going to be operating costs, there's going to be utility costs. And then the thing of it is even with 1 month, there's a lot of monitoring that goes into that, into a pilot. So somebody's got to be collecting that data as well. So the costs of operating a pilot or a demonstration facility are higher than they would be when a facility is operating, because you're collecting significantly more data.
So really, the steps would be that you'd have to find regional partners, have people come in and agree to do finances together, and then discuss anything else. Like that would really be the proper order of events, because otherwise we're spending $1 million for a month of data with really nothing to do with it, unless we actually knew we had financial partners, which we do not have.
through the chair to Councillor Hughes, I would agree with that assessment, because again, the data we would be collecting would be specific to the city of St. Albert. And if we were going to go ahead with something like that, I think we'd want to have additional partners and additional waste characterizations, and additional data from how their waste is gasified or pyrolyzed.
So, and the three, if we were just to use St. Albert's waste, and I think you said it's about 3.5 times the cost of what it would normally cost to send it to the landfill. How much was the capital cost to build that? Were you estimating it at like a 10 million, or how much was the actual facility we guess would actually cost us to build it?
In terms of capital cost, I estimated about 3 times the cost that was built into this. So I don't have those detailed numbers in front of me, but yeah, I assume it's got 4 times the capacity. So I assumed it would be 3 times the capital cost. And again, those are just high level estimates. There's going to be some cost savings, but it's not going to be 4 times the cost. It'll be less than 4 times the cost to get 4 times the capacity. So I just made some assumptions on some synergies and some economies of scale.
Sure. No, I was just trying to figure out if the capital would be like 10 million or 50 million. I don't really know, because all we had in our budget was 1. So like, I'm just trying to figure out if it was in the tens of or hundreds of millions. Do you have that idea? Or
in the order of $10 million. That's right.
Okay. That's it. Thank you. And this was just, I really appreciated what she wrote. It was just straight up honest. Thank you.
All right, any more questions? I'm seeing no more questions, hold on. I see no more questions. Councillor McCarty, you want to make a motion? Go ahead.
I'm just looking at it, that the following motion, AR 19402, passed by council on November 18th, 2019, be rescinded, that the project charter entitled Pilot Scale Waste Energy, provided as a confidential attachment to the November 18th, 2019 agenda report entitled Waste Energy, is approved conditional of 75% funding from third-party sources and contingent on acceptable agreements being executed and the proposed budget being funded by a commitment of a maximum of $1 million from the stabilization reserve. That project 419762 pilot scale waste energy be closed, and that the unused funds be uncommitted within the stabilization reserve.
All right, I accept that motion. Go ahead with opening comments.
Yeah, you know, great questions and wonderful answers, Mr. Lefebvre. I really appreciated the information, and I really appreciated Councillor Killick's comment using the hockey analogy in the sense of, you know, what is it, 100% of shots always fail? Something similar to that. I appreciated that comment. I think, you know, we looked at it. We were hoping that that some of the evidence that we would get could also bring in additional partners, whether they be from our regional partners, from our private industry partners, or even from grants. But obviously, looking at the costs that we've now got, I can see why we didn't achieve some of those targets that we were looking for. But anyways, I think we've learned a lot, and I really appreciate the report and the information contained. Thank you very much.
Councillor Jolly, go ahead.
Thank you. So I am supporting this motion, but I also want to shine a light on some of the comments of my colleagues here today. And I also agree that you miss 100% of the shots that you don't take. And I'm thankful for a council and administration that's looking forward innovatively and sustainably. And I'm also thankful for questions about how we place a price tag on pollution. Thank you, Councillor Broadhead. Our current system is failing, and a new system will not be free. So I really look forward to ensuring that our priorities going into the future champion our environmental responsibilities. And thanks to admin for the report. That's all I have.
All right, I see no more hands up. Councillor Hughes, go ahead.
Thank you. I just really want to thank you again for this report. It was just straightforward and honest about everything, and the follow through is really appreciated. This does show us the importance of doing the order of events. Having a pilot and having it considered is one thing, and then coming back and having a discussion about it 4 years later, I appreciate. But this was being brought forward on the Municipal Utility Corporation 3 years ago or 2.5 years ago as one of the potential money-making components of it. And really, this is about putting things in the proper order before we commit to large investments or creations of corporations, because it's quite clear that upon review, it would have been 3.5 times the cost. And instead of costing us money, it would have lost us money, or it would have jacked up the utility rates substantially to try to cover those costs. So I really appreciated being able to have this and having a second look at it with time, and that the city did not go down that road of forming a corporation, which would have cost us a lot of money, when one of the elements that was supposed to make us money is clear it would not. And I think that's also something that we should be looking at as we move forward, is just making sure that the proper order is being done before we commit to something that would cost us a lot to get out of. That because 3.5 million or 3.5 times the cost is substantial. I don't think that our public would have agreed to have their rates increased by 200% to go move forward on this. And if it's something that public wants to agree to do, I think that needs to be held at a referendum level to see if that's something we want to do. So this is only going to work if it's regional, and I think that we need to make sure that proper steps are done, which is you form the regional partners, you get the agreement to the funding, you have a clear decision about what's going forward, and then you decide about making the pilots and figuring out whether or not this is going to be a feasible option, and not the other way around. So thank you, Mr. Hilt, for having your staff bring this forward, and thank you for the clarity that was brought forward in this report. I really do appreciate it.
All right, I see no more speakers, so I will allow you to close, Councillor Mackay.
I don't have anything more to close, Madam Mayor. I do just want to recognize that I believe, as Councillor Jolly has identified, I mean, and as they even in the report has identified, I mean, efforts will continue around what we're going to deal and have to deal with our waste, and whether it's through better recovery or better product development or better recycling, more knowledge in that area, or new techniques around gasification or pyrolysis or whatever that is. They will continue to arrive at our doorstep, and maybe even as identified by Mr. Lefebvre, there are other initiatives ongoing that we're aware of at the regional level, and I think that's more appropriately where this will probably end up back in front of council. And I think that at that time at least we now know that we're ready to look at it. Anyway, well, that's my own mark.
Perfect. Call for the vote. Voting's closed. And that motion passes unanimously. All right, we are on to bylaws. So 9.1 was just the first reading. So this is a bylaw 1, 2022. So on the first amendment to Flourish, our new MDP plan. And then we set a public, so it goes to EMRB, then the public hearing date is set for May 16th, 2022. And then we also have 9.2 is our annexation bylaw amendments. Council, it's 3:35. Why don't we take 10 minutes? Because I think there's 4 different bylaws we're amending here. Might be a lot of questions. So why don't we just take a quick 10, and then we'll be back on our chairs at 4:45, and we'll get into our annexation bylaw amendments. Sound good? All right, 4:45. 5. Where are we? I'll turn my video back on. All right, we should have a whole crowd of people attending this one because we have 4 different bylaws that we sorry, Sean. We have a whole bunch of bylaws. We've got transportation, fire, business licensing. There's one more, wasn't there? Whatever. We got lots of people here to answer lots of questions. So this is being presented by Lindsay and Vicky. So hey, nice to see you, Vicky. Do you have a presentation for us, or does Lindsay, or you do?
Is this 9.2?
Yes, thank
Then
you.
I'll run the show.
Right,
Yeah.
because you're here for 2 different things, aren't you? Oh, no, you're not.
That's right.
Oh,
So-
okay. Go ahead.
Thank you.
9.1 and 9.2.
Let me
Yeah.
just share my screen here. There we go. Get that out of the way. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm here to present Bylaw 06/2022, and it does look like a very large bylaw with a lot of amendments. It does look complicated, but it's actually not. It's pretty straightforward. And it's related to the annexation approval that we received on December 8th of 2021, which became effective on January 1st of this year. And these bylaw amendments represent the changes that are necessary to some of these operational bylaws in the city of St. Albert on to those negotiated agreements that we undertook through the annexation process, as well as through the transition plan. So there are some commitments that the city made in terms of helping people with the transition period from living in the county to living in the city. So that's really what these bylaw amendments are about. Have 4 bylaws that are being amended: the traffic bylaw, the transportation system bylaw. Ooh, maybe that's 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The business license bylaw and the fire service bylaw. So the traffic bylaw is the one that has the most amendments to it. And this is really the biggest amendment was respect to the off-highway vehicle usage component. So as you know, in the city of St. Albert right now, you're not allowed to operate off-highway vehicles. But through the negotiating process with the annexation negotiating committee, it was decided that to allow for this transition period to take place post-annexation, people who live in the annexation area, which has a build-out period of 46 years, should be allowed to continue to operate off-highway vehicles in the annexation area. So annexation residents using their off-highway vehicles in the annexation area. And this was in part to support their agricultural operations, where off-highway vehicle usage can be a key component to those operations. And so the amendment reflects the ability to use those vehicles just in the annexation area. And there are some parameters around which those people can use those vehicles, and they are lifted up and carried over from the Sturgeon County's bylaw with respect to off-highway vehicle usage. So it's really quite similar to what they would have experienced had they stayed in the county. The other amendments are with respect to the addition of rural roadways into the city of St. Albert's boundary. And it talks about overweight vehicles and providing exemptions for agricultural related equipment because they are oversized. Talks about posted speeds for these rural roads, potential road bans, and school bus related amendments. So that's the traffic bylaw. Then we move on to the transportation systems bylaw. Now this bylaw applies classifications to the roadways within the city's boundary. So really all this amendment is expanding the city's boundary, and for all those new roads that have come in, applying a classification to them. It's a pretty straightforward amendment. Next amendment is to the business license bylaw. Excuse me. You'll remember in the, for those of you who were involved in the annexation negotiating committee, we had agreed to provide a fee waiver for business license applications for operating businesses in the annexation area for a period of 5 years. And so currently the business license bylaw does not allow for a fee waiver circumstances. And so this amendment simply allows for that fee waiver to commence as of this year. And then the fire services bylaw, in the transition plan, the city had agreed to allow people to continue to use their backyard burn barrels And of course, with some of those agricultural operations, some of the management plans around those include controlled burning, which are not contemplated in that kind of context. And these amendments are proposed to allow for those activities pursuant to those negotiated agreements. That's really it. It's pretty straightforward. So the recommendation is to give first, second, and third readings to these proposed amendments today. And we do have these subject matter experts on hand to answer questions that might be beyond my reach. So I'm happy to answer any questions you might have now.
All right, thank you, Vicky. So I guess my first question, and I think you can answer this one, and then we'll maybe go to the specific bylaws and try to keep our questions around each bylaw. And but I know what triggers a change in the mill rate for these properties in the annexation. It's development. So all of these changes you just talked about, like the use of off-highway vehicles or burn barrels, et cetera, what triggers the disuse of off-highway vehicles? And what triggers the disallowment of burn barrels, as two examples, as we go forward? Is it similar? Is it development?
All very similar, yes. As part of the annexation negotiating committee, the decision was to allow these things, quote unquote, until urban development takes place. And so when urban development is imminent, in other words, when there's been some planning associated with it, like it's an area structure plan, the land has changed from agricultural transition district to, say, a residential district of some kind, and there's a subdivision component attached to that. Now, obviously, urban development is imminent, and those more rural type uses are no longer applicable. And the way that these bylaws are going to be amended to reflect that is in most of these bylaws, there's a schedule that's been added that has the annexation area. And as those annexation areas become planned, they will be removed from that boundary. And so those components of the bylaws that you're amending or proposed to be amending today are only applicable to those areas identified in the schedule. When those areas in the schedule reduce as planning takes place, then those policies no longer apply in those locations.
Okay, that makes sense. So that means that council will be dealing with bylaw amendments every time a development comes forward. We should expect all 4 of these bylaws to be in front of us with a little chunk taken out of the map. Is that correct?
Yes, and because the build out period for the annexation area is about 46 years, I think it's going to be, you'll find that there'll be more chunks missing in certain areas where there's contiguous development to existing developed areas, whereas the major, most of the area will remain as it is for quite some time. So I don't think you're going to be inundated by changes in the first few years. It'll be.
I'm not worried about being inundated. I'm worried about forgetting to amend those maps. And you know, this, as you said, is a 46-year horizon. In 30 years, there could be urban development and somebody could be riding a quad around the street and there's nothing to prevent them because we didn't update the transportation bylaw or traffic bylaw, sorry. So maybe Mr. LaFleur, how do we get some reassurance that this will continue to shrink in size for some of these exemptions as we grow?
Well, to council and through the chair, it's like, you know, basically it's on our standard work plan, knowing that when we do these kinds of amendments to the land use bylaw or to the structure plans, that these maps also have to come along with it. I personally won't be here for 50 years to oversee that. I suspect Mr. Hiltz will, but but we'll make sure that our successors are appropriately briefed.
And all these bylaws are probably scheduled for review anyway, like periodically, are they not?
Absolutely. All these bylaws are on a schedule. I think the longest period of time for review is 5 years, many as little as three to 4 years. So yeah, it'll be picked up at that time as well, if nothing else. So it's not something I think you need to be concerned about.
Okay, thank you for the reassurance. Okay, council, if you can indulge me for 2 secs here, why don't we try to focus all our questions on each bylaw, one at a time. So I'll go through all 6 of you on the traffic bylaw to start, and then all 6 of you on the transportation. If that's okay, just to kind of keep our questions coordinated. Councillor Mackay?
Yeah, no, okay. But I mean, can I ask a general question following up?
General question for sure, yeah.
Yeah, first, before, and then I do have a question in relation to the traffic bylaw.
Okay.
So just building off of your comments around how do we kind of keep track of when of these amendments happening? Is there anything in the annexation agreement? So, I mean, you, Vicky, you identified urbanization as a trigger. So what happens if you assume you're going to start to grow out, right? And you start to go from east to west or from south to north, depending on what part of the we're talking about. But primarily, that's where our annexation is. But what happens if an area wants to be developed, let's say on the far northwest corner, and now that kicks in some of the urbanization, some of the challenges around that. So you have maybe different roadways, maybe different land uses, maybe. So now the urbanization kicks in, but there's a gap between what would be city now versus city then. So, I mean, you've got a hodgepodge of kind of urbanization nodes, and you've got others that are still under agricultural because they haven't done anything. Is there anything in our annexation agreement that deals with that?
Thank you for your question. Through the mayor, I believe that we have, not through the annexation agreement, but through what's considered generally acceptable planning practices and the policies that the city already has in its MDP and other planning policies, that leapfrog development like that is not allowed. Basically, my understanding from the city's perspective is that it's only going to be a logical extension of services and extension of existing developed areas. So it'll be an efficient extension of services and logical extension of existing uses to avoid that kind of hodgepodge planning approach, which is really inefficient and not sustainable. So I think inherently in the planning process that you already have, you're going to avoid that situation.
If I may then jump in, Councillor Mackay, through the chair to Councillor Mackay, next week on February 7th, we actually have some extensive amendments to the land use bylaw. And I think if you wait and see what those are, you'll see how those questions are largely answered. There are going to be some significant conditions and restrictions upon when subdivisions for residential purposes will be allowed. I think what you're going to see on next week's agenda will go a long way to answering your question as well.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I like your term, Vicky, leapfrog, better than mine. I appreciate that. The question I had, can I jump into questions around traffic bylaw?
On traffic.
Yeah. In just relation to the posted speeds, I noted that what will be Villeneuve Road, there's about 3 different speeds there. It goes 60, 80, 100. Is there any opportunity? I mean, and we go right all the way out to 260 now. So are we just maintaining that just because that's the way it is now, or would we just try to be consistent and have it 80, or what's the rationale? Is it just to keep it similar?
Through Councilor Mackay, thank you for the question. It's for Villeneuve Road being a secondary highway, and the speed limit adjusts in the rural development as 100 kilometers per hour. Typical industry practice and standards state you need to kind of go in 20-kilometer increments to lower your speed limit. And typically the opposing directions both follow the same speed limits, being in particular a 2-lane directional roadway. So hence why it drops from 100 to 80, then to 60 to follow in on those standards. So you don't have a sudden drop or impact from 100 to 60 kilometers per hour.
Okay, I just thought, I mean, was thinking more the other way, coming out, like rather than coming in from Sturgeon County on Villeneuve Road where it goes from 180, 60, that does make sense. So I was thinking the other way, so I appreciate that. The other question in relation to overweight vehicles, Dean, so this only applies to the 2022 annexation area. So like, I mean, now this doesn't give carte blanche, so you won't be able to drive your farm machinery down McKinney Avenue or anything like that, right? Am I correct? It just focuses on the annexation area.
With one exception to gravel roadways, which were already existing within our boundaries. So our like urbanized roadways, McKinney Avenue, Sorensen Churchill, like you say, absolutely, it doesn't change anything. The road bans are largely applicable to gravel structures, which with the annexation, we've taken on a lot more inventory than what we had existing.
Thank you.
All right, Councillor Hughes, is your question about the traffic bylaw? Awesome, go ahead.
It's both. It's just a follow-up to your question, but it is related to traffic, so I'll kill two birds with one stone. So, hey Vicky, first of all, good seeing you. It's been a while. So let's just, like, you're building out, I'm just looking at ASP, you're building out, often they're outlined by roads. So if there's an ASP and then you have the road, and then this guy over here is not developing yet, does this road fall into the no can do or still can do if the road borders between development and non-development?
Maybe I can help with that one. Typically, it would be relevant to the development application for needed servicing. So if the roadway, if you can't landlock an area, and so if the roadway was needed to service an area and provide connectivity, then that roadway would be part of that development. As well, if it's an existing roadway, so say, for example, one of the range roads, if there were intersection improvements or urbanization necessary to provide pedestrian connectivity or anything to that development, those said improvements would also be linked to that development application as well.
Okay, so when you're developing, like I'm like thinking Jensen Licks, for example, their build out is like a decade, right? So let's hypothetically say that they had a road at the very top where it was non-development north of that. So at some point that road would become urbanized, but it could be 8 to 10 years down the road. Would it kick in as the urbanization occurred, or would it kick in with the development occurring?
It would kick in when the ultimate required servicing, like that, it was needed by the development. So, that roadway, if it existed today, if it's an existing roadway, then it could be, it could service that whatever proposed development up to a certain stage, or it may be additional development that triggers improvements. A brand new roadway may be triggered by that specific development and occurrence. So yeah, taking Jensen Lakes as an example, I'll use Fowler Way as an example too. Fowler Way may be triggered by that Jensen Lakes development versus a network improvement. So it could be a component of a condition that the developer would have to deliver that new segment of roadway, at the very least, to support their development.
So it really isn't until the development is actually needing that road that the people on the other side of the road would be impacted by not being able to use their ATVs, for example, on that road, correct? It's once it gets to that point where it's actually changing definition, I guess, of the terms of the road, that's when the guys that are north would not be allowed to be using it, or outside of the boundary.
Yeah, I don't know if necessarily it's going to be as simplistic for us to consider. I mean, for fairness of levels of service to everyone, that it's just quite simply when a roadway comes in that it's automatically, well, this is a no-go zone for such services. I think we would look at the overall use, conflict, probability, like risk associated with the use of the roadway. Because, again, to point, there's range roads and township roads that exist within these areas, and hence there's agreements and understanding that they won't use the road right away to travel necessarily from point A to point B, but they may cross or whatnot and use the private development. So some general, I guess, conditions may apply or considerations, but that background and rationale would likely be there for us to communicate to stakeholders that we're, maybe revoking these areas or, removing that permit, and, be back in front of council with the considerations and the background and rationale as to why this adjustment to the bylaw would occur.
Okay. And I'm just, so I'm just going to ask a question, but that's what I'm doing right now. Is when you change the definition of those roads, are we planning to put up signs saying effective this date, these are no longer allowed, so that the people who, like maybe the people who are using it may not be directly bordering onto it, may not be aware of that, they could be down the road a bit. So are we planning to do larger notifications to the general public on those roads as they change in their definition?
I would be saying, I would be lying if I said there's been that thought in the communications of revoking the permits already. I think the engagement has been around largely kind of focused on maintaining the services. I think, to be fair, absolutely, we could look at a variety of different, the media sources or communication pieces that the city currently uses would be applied in the future. Maybe future considerations would be considered. Any bylaw change itself goes through typically any kind of public hearing or notification process. So again, there'd be those standard kind of notices provided. But yeah, absolutely. The effort to communicate to key user groups should be on the radar of administration at that time.
Perfect. Okay, thank you. No more questions.
All right, Mr. Schick, on page 114 of our package, there's a whole red line version of what was added and taken out of the traffic bylaw. And there was a section called special condition road bans. Did we not have road bans before the annexation? Because I feel like it's, when I read further, and I don't understand road bans, but is it really seasonal because of weight?
Yeah, so primarily what had been done before is a lot of the road bans are directly applicable with weight. And the intent is to try and protect the infrastructure, the road infrastructure, from damage that is normally occurring during seasonal influences. So during the winter months, you may get a little around with removing your road bans because the structure is frozen, a little bit heavier duty in regards to any potential less likelihood of damage. In particular, in the spring, you may have heavier road bans on because of that seasonal change and the influence of the melt and whatnot. And then, maybe road bans still continuing, but less impactful during the summer, fall months. And what we've done is, in the past, the city of St. Albert has really applied just a 75% road ban straight across the board to all gravel structures, which resulted in a lot of amendments and road use agreements between carriers to kind of deviate from that ban, and wasn't necessarily, it protected the city pretty decently in regards to the road ban itself and the infrastructure, but wasn't necessarily very good rationale into why that road ban existed at all times for all periods of the season. It was a 365-day year road ban. So what we're kind of aligning ourselves with is more of an industry practice. We do have that clause that kind of will state that, subject to seasonal conditions, the city engineer may apply additional road bans in consideration beyond the scheduled bans that are identified in the bylaw. And that's, again, just the city protecting its infrastructure.
Okay. All right. So this was an opportunity to clean up a few other things at the same time.
That's correct. Clean up and strengthen, just make it maybe more user-friendly and a better service delivery to carriers.
I feel like I read this, but I'm just going to ask you for sure. The use of the stopping flashlight and the arm on a school bus is still allowed in rural areas?
That is correct. Yeah, we're maintaining that for the county use on the range roads and township roads within the annexation area.
Okay, good. Because I understand the rationale for not using them in an urban area, but I thought they were quite useful. Their intent is for rural. So I thought I saw that. Just wanted to make sure. All right. Any more questions on the traffic bylaw? Okay, let's move on to transportation, which was mostly just categorizing roads. Go ahead, Councillor Mackay.
I'm not sure, Dean, or if it relates to the service level. So in relation to transportation roads and winter care, so snow plowing and all that, maybe it's Jerry then, sorry, I apologize. So would we have to come up with different classifications for those roads and when they would be cleared by snow clearing?
I might be able to take a run at that, Dean. Through the chair, the annexation agreement that we arrived at with the county has the city of St. Albert maintain the same road maintenance standards that the county currently has for these roads that have been taken in by the annexation area. So those levels of standards will be the city's minimum level of standard of road maintenance for dust control, snow removal, grading, ditch mowing, all of those things.
Okay, thanks, I appreciate that. I guess, Dean, what would we classify like 260, 544? What would they be classified as? Are they already classified in that change in the bylaw?
Should be here.
Sorry, yes, they are. And they largely, the intent is keeping the classification aligned to what the future intent is in regards to the network. So it'll be a lot of the range roads are looking to be connectors, which be in, in kind of secondary arterials, which would link, as an example, like Range Road 260 or 261, linking future Fowler Way to Villeneuve Road, in those types of connections. Even the existing outside the annexation area, the range roads that we had in the boundary were largely kind of linked back to connectors.
So I'm just looking at our snow and ice removal. I mean, the anticipation of our new residents in those communities that live there, they would see a grader at what point? Within 24 hours? When would they see a grader?
Dean, I'm not sure if this is your area. This is more of a public operations, and I'm not sure that we have anybody from public operations with us today. But the folks who are in the annexation area could expect to see snow removal and grading at the same frequency as they currently do with the county, because it is the city's commitment to maintain those same service levels. So the county has provided us with their service levels for each type of roadway, and the city of St. Albert has adopted those service levels into their management plan for this area.
Thanks, Vicki. That's pretty much what I was trying to get at.
All right, no more questions on the transportation bylaw? Oh, go ahead, Councillor Killick, sorry.
I'll use one example just to frame the question, but it's around speed enforcement and concerns of residents about ticketing at transition zones and getting speeding tickets. So on page 117, it has the Belrose Drive to Coal Mine north, the new northeast city limit staying at 70 kilometers an hour. So we're not making any changes through this bylaw that would kind of set up a cash cow speed trap. I hate using that language because I know it's not right, but I can't think of any other way to say it. Is that correct, that we're not setting ourselves up for future complaints like that?
No, it's just, if I can answer that one, Mr. Killick, Councillor Killick, the speeds are essentially going to remain. What we've done is amended our bylaw to reflect the existing speed. So pushing out our boundary and maintain those speeds. There is, just to be upfront, two areas within the annexation, Range Road 261 and 260, to which they have opposing 90-degree curves that by rights we're maintaining on gravel structure 80 kilometers per hour speed limits. However, around those curves, we're proposing the reduction of speed, which in site reviews, the county had warnings out, but no actual speed reduction. But that's the only areas that we're proposing reduced speed.
Thank you for that clarity, and I assume that that'll be appropriate signage as to the previous question.
Yeah, that's correct. There'll be advance warning, and I would suspect no one's doing 80 kilometers around those speeds, around those curves, but we'll just make it so it's a little bit more noticeable and visible, and caught both in the field as well as within our bylaw.
Great, thank you.
All right, I see no more questions on that was traffic or transportation, so let's move on to the business licensing bylaw. I'll start it off. Is Mike with us? Or maybe Vicki, you can answer this. The additional lines are any business with an operating premise or in the 2020 annexation area may apply to the licensed inspector for an exemption. So remind me, so currently in the county, they don't have to have a business license, correct?
That's correct.
Great. So are they going to get a bill automatically if they don't apply for the exemption? How is this going to
I can jump in here. That was a mistake. That was a mistake, unfortunately, in the red line version. That's the way it was originally drafted. The way council is now being asked to amend the business license bylaw is simply to say, until the end of 2026, you don't need a business license. So you don't have to apply for an exemption. If you're in the county, you just don't need to. You just don't need a business license. It's simple for them now.
that solved that question. That was easy. Thank you for that. And I see no more questions on business licensing, so let's go to fire, which is the last one. Fire services. Councillor Mackay.
I'm just wondering, and I'm sure we talked about this during annexation, but I just want to confirm it. In relation to wildland fires, you know, that they're not normal structure fires that our crews are looked at. Do we have equipment that would, or I guess maybe there are agreements in relation to getting access water to those potential fires?
Through the chair to Councillor Mackay, yes, we're procuring the equipment. What equipment's necessary now? We already have a water tanker of our own in our fleet that can and will be used for any wildland fires. Further to that too, we're in discussions currently with Morinville, as well as we've engaged Strathcona County Fire Service as well for recommitment for support should we find ourselves in an event where we require additional resources, for example, a water tender or a brush unit.
Thank you.
That's all you had? Okay, Everett, maybe while you're there, in the red line version, it says, well, we're removing the deputy chief of operations altogether as a definition. That's got nothing to do with the annexation. I'm just curious why we're moving that. I don't know if we're removing a position or just the definition.
Certainly. It's simply, we took the opportunity of this bylaw coming back to council to clean this portion up. We're not removing the position, no. We're simply removing the definition so that we have a better reflection of the positions which we have in the fire service today and their areas of responsibility. This is simply cleaning up of our bylaw so that we don't have to bring this section back at a later date.
Okay, and then further down, there's a heading that says powers of the fire chief, and everything is read out. So you have no powers, obviously. I don't know if we need to take out that whole section, powers of the fire chief, or insert something there to give what the new powers are. That's on my document. It's on page 129 of 385. So I don't know if we need to address that.
I may ask.
Yeah, it might be a David LaFleur question.
Yes.
Yeah, the Mayor Herron, and through you to council, the key to what's being deleted is simply that we didn't want any specific deputy chief position to be in there. It's just so that, the fire chief gets to do what any other, director would do, just delegate out areas of responsibility to different people that report to them. The heading powers of the fire chief, I suppose, could have been crossed out as well, but you can leave it there, because in what follows, the rest of section 4, which we haven't reproduced for you, there are a whole bunch of powers of the fire chief there. So I felt that we should leave the heading there, even though subsection 4.1 comes out because it's got that reference to the deputy chief, right? So, okay. So the heading is okay to leave because there are other parts of section 4 that do set out powers of the fire chief.
Okay, good. I mean, we don't have a clean version of what that bylaw would look like in our agenda package. So as long as we're not stripping Everett of all his powers, then I'm good. Any other questions on the fire bylaw? Seeing none. Any more questions before I go to a main motion? Just maybe clean up. Seeing none. Can I have a motion on, thank you, Councillor Broadhead, on bylaw 6?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. That bylaw 6/2022, a bylaw to amend bylaws 18/2005, the traffic bylaw 10/2008, the transportation system bylaw 43/2000, the business license bylaw, and 21/2002, the fire services bylaw, be read a first time.
Awesome. Thank you for that. Any opening comments?
Well, Madam Mayor, the questions have been asked around the 4 bylaws that were amended before us today, clarifying that this is all around introducing the new area that was formerly Sturgeon County to St. Albert, and our bylaws need to be amended to reflect negotiations around the annexation agreement. So it's fairly straightforward, although great questions by all.
Awesome. Anyone else? Oh, Councillor Hughes, go ahead.
I just wanted to thank staff for getting this done so promptly. The annexation was just approved in the past month, really, to be set into effect. And this is to show actually in good faith to Sturgeon County that what we promised to do, we would do in prompt order and get these put forward so that there would be no interruption for the residents of Sturgeon County that were part of the annexation process. So just thank you for the prompt follow-up. I'm sure that the people who are in Sturgeon County that are now part of St. Albert appreciate knowing that what we said we'd do, we did as quickly as we could. So thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Hughes. Yeah, I'll echo Sheena's comments, even though they didn't just do it since it was approved. I know they've been working on it since we submitted the application. I remember being up at Fire Hall 3 and Everett had to run off to an annexation meeting about how we were going to treat it. So this is about honoring our commitment to the county, and we've done that. So Councillor Broadhead to close.
Nothing further, Madam
All
Mayor.
right, call for the vote. Voting is closed. That passes unanimously. Second reading, Councillor Broadhead.
That bylaw 06/2022 be read a second time.
Awesome. Anything further?
Nothing further, Madam Mayor.
Call for the vote. Voting's closed. Passes unanimously. Councillor Hughes, can I go to you for unanimous consent since you were part of this conversation?
Absolutely. That unanimous consent be given to third reading of bylaw 6/2022.
Thank you for that. Call for the vote. Voting's closed. It's unanimous. So Councillor Broadhead, you can do third reading.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. That bylaw 06/2022 be read a third time.
Awesome. Call for the vote. Voting is closed. Passes unanimously. All right, the first step to bring those new lands into our fold is done. There's still more to come. MDP maps, etc. So that's good. We're going on to our public hearing now. So we actually have two. The first one is major roads land use bylaw amendment. So, and council, you'll notice it's not 5 o'clock, but we're not making public hearings time specific anymore. So we will go straight into this. So Barb, are you with us?
Yes, I am.
There she is. Hi, Barb. Oh, I need to open the public hearing on bylaw 6/2021, which is major roads. So go ahead with any presentation you may have, and then we'll open it up for questions.
Sure, thank you. Just let me share my screen. Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. My name is Barb Dupuy, and I'm here from Planning to present Bylaw 6/2021, which is an amendment to our land use bylaw. It will amend Schedule B, our major roadways, as well as other sections of our land use bylaw to address some terminology changes. This amendment is being undertaken because in 2018, Council adopted the Complete Streets Guidelines. This changed the terminology we use to classify our roadways, and we want the land use bylaw to match these Complete Streets Guidelines. The new terms we use are boulevard, crosstown, connector, neighborhood, local, and laneway. Throughout the land use bylaw, there were references to arterial or major arterial roadways. The word arterial has been removed in the proposed red lines to comply with Complete Streets terminology. Administration is proposing to reword the regulations to say either roadways or major roadways, depending on the context. This impacts Part 6, Part 8, the R3 district, the R3A district, the R4 district, the Corridor Commercial District, and Schedule B of the Land Use Bylaw. Schedule B is the listing of all major roads in St. Albert. The intent of the list is to capture the following Complete Streets classifications, which are boulevards, crosstowns, and connectors. These are our higher order roadways. Right now, there are 25 streets on the list. Administration is proposing to add 5 more road segments, and that would be Fowler Way, a part of Meadowview Drive, Range Road 260, a part of Riel Drive, and Township Road 540A. These streets are on the west, south, and north parts of the city, and they're mostly in newly developing areas. Administration is also proposing to remove 2 road segments from the listing. Those 2 segments would be a part of Sir Winston Churchill that is south of Leclerc Way, and a part of Villeneuve Road that is west of Hogan Road. Administration does not anticipate that these 2 segments will have a high enough classification to be considered major roads. And in conclusion, administration asks that the public hearing be closed and that second and third reading be given to the bylaw. Thank you.
Awesome. All right. Councillor Broadhead, I'll open it up for questions.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Recognizing that this is done now, how do you propose to, like Villeneuve is anything but less than major roadway now? I mean, it's like a racetrack down there most times. So will this change how we deal with it? Because Fowler Way isn't going to be built for a number of years. So how does this play out against that?
Maybe I can jump in to support your Councillor Broadhead. So the intent here is largely to try and present the long-term plan or the proposed plan for the influence of the roadways. In terms of the operational influences and impacts, nothing changes until the actual plan is implemented. So when we start to see the actual delivery of Fowler Way, maybe that disconnection of Villeneuve from Ray Gibbon Drive, and that portion ultimately changing from Hogan to whatever site servicing may be required to the west. That's when ultimately the speed limits may change, the operational considerations may change, maintenance planning and whatnot, through public operations may change as well. But it wouldn't be until you actually see delivery of those proposed changes. For this purposes in this document, it's kind of showing the intent and the long-term planning for the roadway.
All right, fair enough. It's just some comfort to the people that live in and around there. When you see the map and it's all X'd out, they're wondering, what the heck is going on. Villeneuve Roads, I mean, barely walk across there. Well, I wouldn't have anybody walk across that roadway given the amount of traffic and the speed at which it travels. So anyway, thank you for that.
Councillor Killick.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have a similar concern with the X'd out portion of Villeneuve Road. It still, the map does not show the curve that is shown in the complete street guide. It doesn't show it as indicated in some of the other planning documents as well. It just shows we're Xing that out. And Villeneuve Road still staying as a higher speed road, and the X'd out portion, by changing it, it says it moves to a designation where even buses would not be allowed on it. So I'm very concerned that we use the language that changes won't happen until we physically build the road. But on the other side, we're saying this is a long-term planning document that sets out long-term direction. And that direction shows to me that if we have that X'd out portion and it changes to a much smaller road with a designation that says you can't have buses on it or heavy traffic, you're going to drive traffic down Hogan Road or north eventually to Hogan Road to connect up to Fowler. And there's been no notification to residents that if this planning goes ahead and that small portion of Villeneuve Road gets choked down to a much narrower through traffic and slower speed that can't accommodate large vehicles or buses, where are those vehicles going to go? they're going to go down Hogan Road, past 2 schools, people backing onto them, lots of side road egress in and out. And it just seems to me that that small portion of the road should be left as the rest of Villeneuve. So maybe you could clarify why in particular that is not consistent with what was shown at some of the open houses. And I know the open houses go back to 2017, 2019, where we reviewed this with the public, but I don't think we ever indicated that those changes to that extent were going to be made to that small portion of Villeneuve Road.
Thank you, Councillor Killick. And so the one thing, unfortunately, what the map just presented is not really clarifying is an implementation strategy. And so when you look at that map, what it's showing is a road network without really identifying what's going to be done in what order. And therein lies administration's plans and you know, maybe that's one area that we could create confidence in public by sharing what the road network implementation strategy would be and the order of events to deliver said improvements and changes. The communications and the resulting planning work around Fowler Way and Villeneuve Road, as you mentioned, was actually done back in 2014, 2015 when the last transportation master plan was updated. And it was at that time that the planning, I'm going to draw on my memory here, so take this for what it's worth, but in regards to, you know, the public engagement, what we did hear from the residents directly in the area and the stakeholders that provided comment was that Fowler Way would become the east-west major arterial roadway. Disconnect would occur between ultimately Villeneuve and Ray Gibbon to the east, but Villeneuve would connect to Fowler Way, whether it be through Hogan or there's ultimately a secondary road kind of between the Badgerland Northridge Phase 2 development and the city Badgerland area that connects to Fowler Way as well. And then connectivity would remain from Hogan to St. Albert Trail. So the plan, what's presented there is really starting to show the actual, we finally put an X on a mark, if I can be really blunt here, we put an X on a map showing where that previous planning of reclassification of Villeneuve Road would happen. And so that's the intent. Now, in terms of the delivery, this is where the improvements to Ray Gibbon Drive will ultimately impact and be delivered with Fowler Way, in which case then that alternative large load and transit designated route would be established by having it as a crosstown. So that's going to be the heavier volume, heavier operational functionality for carriers and whatnot, and higher speed in comparison to Villeneuve Road, which will be a connector roadway and still deliver passenger vehicle possible. I mean, I don't want to speak for our transit servicing or routing, but it could still accommodate transit from Hogan to St. Albert Trail and have direct access to Northridge, the existing Northridge, as well as Northridge Phase 2 and Jensen Lakes communities, Deer Ridge communities, and anything in the Northwest quadrant for new servicing. So there won't be a lack of service or consideration for connectivity. And alternative routes and services would be provided prior to any, reclassification or disconnect from the existing network.
But it says the intent is to make that small portion and curve it north up to Fowler Way, and it classifies it in the Complete Streets Guide as a local, and it says that will become a minor street that provides direct access to the front of properties, does not accommodate public transit buses or large load movement, and locally connects to neighborhood roadways and would be classified at 40 kilometers an hour. So if that's the long-term intent, it's inconsistent with how we have communicated that in the past with residents, that you would be able to go north and have that swing back down and keep Villeneuve essentially connected as a main connector. And I'm really struggling to say how, if this is a long-term intent, we should either spell that out and be very clear and show it on the map and let residents know that, or it shouldn't be indicated that way, and Villeneuve all the way through should be left.
Mayor, point of privilege. Are we, like, it feels like committee that we're kind of giving feedback. I'm wondering if Councillor Killick is proposing an amendment?
Well, no, he's trying to, if he does, he can. I think he's trying to figure it out.
Yeah.
What if there's an amendment? And I think this is a little bit of a history lesson on all the work we did on Villeneuve. It was never intended to be a road that would have, like, since 15, as Mr. Schicka said, that would have heavy traffic. It's supposed to be downgraded. That's the plan. And I believe it has been communicated.
I look back at the public consultation documents and on-site or on the website, and I appreciate the comments. I'm trying to get clarification. So Councillor Jolly, I appreciate, I'm not debating, I'm trying to get clarification so I could know what an amendment would be. But again, when I went back and looked on the Villeneuve Road study in 2015, it doesn't mention it. It doesn't mention it in the transportation master plan. It still consistently shows a orange dotted line as a future collector road curving there. I looked at the Flourish document and it shows it as well, same thing. So I can't, if somebody could point to me where that was actually clearly communicated and articulated to residents, that would be great. I went back and I looked at the June 12th open house 2018, where we had 16 respondents. There was no mention of Villeneuve. They did a workshop on different road segments, Dawson, et cetera, but definitely not Villeneuve. I went back to the November 15th, 2017 planning session at Red Willow. I think I actually may have attended that one personally. We had 21 residents. Again, no discussion specifically around the changes of Xing out and changing that small portion of Villeneuve to a local roadway. So if somebody could point it out to me, I'd be welcome to receive that information. But
Councillor Killick, I'm sorry, I missed the mark on responding to your direct question. Sorry, I hear now kind of where better intent on hopefully this will help. So I think from right now, from the known planning in that area with the Northridge Phase 2 development, proposed development with the Jensen Lakes development, future considerations of Fowler Way, and with Northridge, as an example, the Northridge Phase 2 area structure plan now, previously with the work that had been done, the city administration had anticipated a connection, as an example, to the local network of Northridge Phase 2, off of that connection from Villeneuve to the future Fowler Way, that future road. And so what was anticipated for some potential site servicing, development servicing, and that classification of that portion of Villeneuve Road, we were kind of making some assumptions of what was coming down the pipe. And from what we know now, there is no connection anticipated off of Northridge Phase 2 to that portion of roadway. And the site servicing has yet to be determined for whatever future development is considered on the city, within the city boundaries of Badger. So right now the network suggests that, kind of through traffic impact assessments, that Hogan Road would service the kind of higher volumes and demand, and that the classification of the roadway would not have to be maintained at that higher class, as you say, like a connector. So I apologize, I missed that, like that kind of background of the more recent information influencing what the anticipated class of that roadway would be.
And Dean, if you don't mind, if I add this just for a point of clarification, it is identified within the Northridge Phase 2 area structure plan as that portion of Villeneuve that's west of Hogan, that it will become a 2-lane residential neighborhood road, which is it is a reduction down. So that is the statutory plan, and that was approved by council, and there would have been a public hearing for that. I do believe that all got approved last year.
And would notifications been sent to residents along Hogan Road that said we're going to change that classification to carry more traffic, again, past 2 schools, and they're
yes,
already
there would have been a circulation regarding the area structure plan for that area because it was a full Phase 2. So anything that would have impacted that plan area, there would have been 100-meter circulation, which would have included both sides of Hogan Road. There are, just as for information though, that right now, at the time, it would have been all owned, that portion, by both Melcor and Strata Developments. So they would have been informed. We did get some information from residents who live currently in Northridge, the original Phase 1, kind of asking about the implications on them. And because they, essentially what this land use bylaw amendment enables is it changes the depth, the lot depth for some of these future subdivisions along these roads based upon the classification of the road. So if you've got a higher classification, you have to have a larger lot depth. So these, the people who are already in Northridge have already been designed to a larger lot depth. Subsequent subdivisions, should this get amended, they will have a reduced lot depth from 36 to 30 meters because the road classification has been reduced.
Thank you.
All right. Mr. Mackay, go ahead.
Sorry, I realize, and part of it is with the map, and I'm not going to belabor this a little bit, but so I know the thickening line shows the changes to Schedule B, and the other lines are already existing Schedule B, but I'm assuming, obviously, but right now it looks like it dead ends on the end of Ray Gibbon, and it doesn't pick up onto Fowler. I'm assuming that's just that there's an obvious tie there. It's just not indicated on the map. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yeah, that is correct.
Yeah, because it is confusing, and then the X's are a little bit. I mean, I realize why we did it, but we do have blue running through there. It might have been better to have colors, but I'm not going to obviously. It just created some confusion as well.
All right. I see no one with their hand up on Zoom, and I see no more questions from council in chambers. We have no registered members of the public. Is that correct, Mayor? Okay, so no members of the public. So I need someone to make a motion to close the public hearing. Councilor Mackay, thank you.
That public hearing on bylaw 06/2021 be closed.
Awesome. Call for the vote. Voting's closed. Carried unanimously. Councilor Mackay, if you like, keep going. Thanks. So bylaw 6.
That bylaw 06/2021 being amendment 184 to the land use bylaw be read a second time.
Thank you for that. Any comments?
No, good comments, good discussions, good points raised.
Okay. Anyone else? Councillor Killick, go ahead.
I'm going to need some help on this one. I'd like to find out how I can propose an amendment to keep that west portion of Villeneuve Road at a higher capacity, or not change it to a local road, but leave it
Okay.
as,
Well, you can make an amendment at second reading right now. I'm going to actually go to Mr. LaFleur. If that is a proposed amendment, that was not advertised to the people that are backing on a Villeneuve Road, and I would not want to do that tonight. But you're going to have a bunch of people on Villeneuve Road that'll be upset about that amendment. So, Mr. LaFleur, should we just adjourn? I mean, I've already closed the public hearing. We set a new public hearing, if that's a, because that's a pretty big amendment.
Okay, so if I may, there is a clause not very well known in the Municipal Government Act that actually states, believe it or not, that after you've had a public hearing on a bylaw that is required to be advertised and go to public hearing, council can then just basically make whatever amendments it wants prior to passing it. So you don't have to go back to the public legally. I do agree with you, though, that practically it would be unfair to make amendments of that nature without going back to the public. And also, again, just very practically, this is a complex amendment. And to try and do it on the fly here tonight, I think would be a very bad idea. So I would strongly recommend a motion to simply adjourn second reading until either a date specific or until administration has an opportunity to come back with amendments to capture the intent of the council.
Okay.
We can try to come up with some wording for that adjournment motion. That we can do.
Yeah.
Mayor, can I suggest something?
Mm-hmm.
Councillor Killick, would you be willing to let us go ahead and finish this bylaw tonight and then propose an amendment as a separate issue? Because this road's not going to be developed in the next month.
You raise an interesting point, Councillor Jolly. There's a capital charter that's doing that road right now to the standard of more of a downgraded road, right? And I have no idea, Christina, the cascading effect of that motion to all the area structure plans, et cetera, in the area. So
I would suggest we would also want to look at bringing forward an amendment to the Northridge Phase 2 area structure plan to correspond to that.
Councillor Killick, are you sure you want, this is years in the making and heavy public engagement to get where we are today. So I want you to think carefully before you, because we'll obviously entertain it. That's your right. But there's so much work that has gone into getting us to this point, meaning, 2014, 15, the whole Villeneuve Road, area structure plans, public hearings. We can adjourn, you can let you think about it. Or we could pass it like Councillor Jolly suggested, and we could have a deeper conversation and revisit this at a later date. And because I think, honestly, you almost need more than a public hearing to entertain this. You need a public open house.
I guess hearing the assurance that there's been lots of public engagement and the ramifications of an amendment, we can proceed without the amendments.
Okay, well, but it's worth a conversation if you want. Maybe even sit down with Mr. Schick and talk about the process, because I'm speaking for you, Dean, but I'm sure he'd be willing to.
Yeah, we can do that offline, but yeah. I think it just, everything I could find in research just did not support the proposed changes. So
you're mostly concerned about, is the public aware?
Is the public aware? And I know we say, people were notified 100 meters. 100 meters down Hogan Road doesn't get you to, hardly the first intersection. There's probably like 5 houses there because it's new land being developed. There's maybe, I don't know, letters maybe went out to 20 people rather than making people aware that all that traffic is now going to go down Hogan Road. It's not going to have a direct access to Fowler Way and over to Ray Gibbon at the north end. So it just seems to me we're moving a traffic problem when we've had lots of debate about keeping that direct connection open for access to the Villeneuve Airport, access to Ray Gibbon, access to heavy truck traffic into the commercial area on St. Albert Trail, et cetera, et cetera. Now that is going to be restricted and not open to a transportation plan, not open to a heavy traffic plan. It just doesn't feel right for me. So I wouldn't be supporting this bylaw if it was to go through for those reasons.
Okay. I'm trying. I don't want to force you into a vote that you're not comfortable with. So I'm trying to just. Yeah, I feel like the ramifications of what you were saying are setting us back a decade worth of planning, almost a decade. I've sat at those Villeneuve Road public consultations, and people from more than 100 meters were there because this was advertised in the Gazette as well and stuff. And correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Schick, but Hogan Road will be upgraded to accommodate that. Like, it's all part of a master plan, and one little change on a map is not going to really be the solution that you're looking for. The solution that you're looking for, I think, is to keep the heavy trucks off of Hogan Road, right? For the traffic.
The solution is to keep existing traffic pattern on Villeneuve more the way it is, which can accommodate traffic, heavy truck traffic and bus traffic, rather than putting this small little choke point at the end of it. And people will start shortcutting through neighborhoods, Denison Road across from the church. They'll drive them on Deer Ridge Drive.
Yeah.
It'll start a whole bunch of neighborhood cut-throughs that don't exist today. And by keeping that connection through over to Fowler Way, seems to me to be more consistent with what with the existing traffic patterns.
Mr. Schick, correct me if I'm wrong, though, even if we change the classification of this road, you still do not have a direct shot along Villeneuve Road, correct? From
That's
the airport.
correct. That is correct. And I'm wondering if maybe it may help if can we put up the map, Barb, just and so we can kind of look at it. Because I think I just want to make sure here that we're talking the same here. So ultimately, through the network planning, you know, to Mr. Killick's point, or Councilman Killick's point, the large load movement and connectivity and accommodation of the higher volumes and the truck traffic and whatnot is intended, you know, to go through the real, like way back in 2008 with the Transportation Master Plan, it was identified that a new east-west arterial was needed. And at the time it was proposed that essentially it was a realignment of Villeneuve Road, and that turned into Fowler Way. And so, you know, I do agree. We're working on, engineering is working on with Ray Gibbon Phase 4 conceptual work, likely a better maybe representation of that intersection of Villeneuve and Ray Gibbon Drive, where Ray Gibbon and Fowler will be the major roadway, and Villeneuve will connect to it and transition appropriately through a new intersection. But that link of west of Ray Gibbon, I think the map is essentially proposing road work on an existing network that doesn't necessarily reflect the improvements that will occur to deliver these. So needless to say, it may not be the best representation or clear representation, because I completely understand and appreciate Mr. Councilor Killick, what you're saying here, that there could be easy misunderstanding. And so if we're focused not on the wider black lines as being the main thoroughfares and roadways, and you think of Ray Gibbon is where those X's are at Villeneuve Road, linking into Fowler Way, so that on this map, the connection is not really represented. And so Ray Gibbon would connect to Fowler Way. And ultimately, that realignment, you wouldn't have two portions. Right now, it's kind of like this, Villeneuve and Ray Fowler Way. That would not occur. And so it'd be a much cleaner representation on the map. And the large loads, the trucks, the volumes and whatnot will be kind of encouraged and supported through Fowler Way. Well, Villeneuve Road will still be maintained to accommodate passenger vehicles. It may support transit services and whatnot, but there won't be a direct connection Ray Gibbon east on Villeneuve Road. It'll connect, as you know, to the west, but Fowler Way will be the east-west alignment to St. Albert Trail as that arterial. In terms of the influence and impact of traffic, that new portion connecting Villeneuve to Fowler Way, being Hogan Road, it's not suggestive of shortcutting through neighborhoods or anything, because Deer Ridge and North Ridge will be serviced again, south of Villeneuve Road itself. So no one is, even if they were to, as an example, if they were on Ray Gibbon Drive and their destination was a Walmart and they were to use Villeneuve Road, connecting via Hogan Road, they're not shortcutting through a community. That's not a detrimental impact to a community neighborhood roadway. So it's not really reflected here, but so I don't know if any of those comments kind of help. But I think in looking at this map, I know that visually we all kind of go to the proposed additions to the schedule because that's what this map is identifying. But that's not the ultimate road network. Ray Gibbon will be the main road that connects to Fowler Way, and that would be what we're kind of focused on in delivering.
So thank you for that. As you've suggested, Mr. Schick, putting up the map to try and provide clarity and share that with my other colleagues on council. Would it be possible to bring up the transportation master plan on the figure 4.1 proposed road network that I don't know if you would have access to that you could share that, and it would show very clearly my concern. And I think councilor or the mayor may already have.
I've got in my screen, I've got the Villeneuve Road report with the recommended alignment. I don't know if that's what would be helpful, or would the transportation master plan be better?
The transportation master plan certainly highlights my concern. Again, on figure 4.1.
I have it if people would like me to share.
Thank you, Christina. Go ahead.
Again, appreciate everyone's time to try and get clarity here. I don't know if we can zoom in on that, Christina, on the area that's just to make it a little bit bigger for people.
That's pretty good. There we go.
There we go. Perfect. Thank you for that. Really appreciate it. So as you can see, the area that I'm indicating my questions about is the area that is essentially X'd off, future design. As we say, this is intending to be the future design. The line that shows it curving after Hogan Road, curving up to connect to a proposed, right there, traffic circle up to another traffic circle on Fowler Way. If you look at that, that's the piece of road that I'm concerned about. In the documentation that says that's a future collector road. In Flourish, that shows that that's part of a transportation zone, which means buses driving on it. But by changing that to a classification of a local road, that means you can't drive down there with big trucks or buses. So I'm confused as to if this is a directional document we're being asked to sign off on, which one of these two proposals is what's in front of us tonight. Is it Xing it off and changing it to a local road, or is it this picture in the transportation master plan that shows it as keeping it as a collector road?
And this is a good representation, Councillor Pillock. So there's a couple of things here that this graphic itself, this map, will need to be updated itself, because Fowler Way, as we know, that alignment is not actually representative of the proposed alignment, because this one, if you recall at the time, our transportation master plan being performed, maintain all our road network without acknowledging expanding beyond the boundaries of the city of St. Albert at the time. So Fowler is actually pushed slightly northwest, if you will. Again, the angle at which Fowler and Ray Given align to one another are not truly reflective of what is now now knowing with the further planning work and effort being informed on Fowler Way, that will amend. And that service, that portion of Villeneuve Road from Hogan to Fowler, that's the one that, in terms of its actual classification, I don't know, Bart, and maybe you can correct me, but if the verbiage again, or remind me, if it was dedicated specifically as a local, or it provides opportunity, because a neighborhood, just for everyone again, is that it's the complete streets version of a collector roadway. So on a neighborhood roadway, it would service transit. It wouldn't encourage large loads unless, of course, it delivers site-specific deliveries or whatnot to neighborhoods, or was the shortest route off of a designated route. And that goes back to a lot of the public engagement that we heard at the time in 2014, 2015, developing these plans. A lot of public concern of the existing neighborhoods of Northridge and Villeneuve Road, of residents backing onto Villeneuve Road, with both the influence of large loads, noise, speed, and disturbance with Villeneuve. So hence that downgrade of Villeneuve Road truck routing and designated routes being Fowler Way. And in regards to that link, it has right now been influenced by the approved ASP with Northridge Phase 2, where right now, for all intents and purposes, servicing specifically to known development, that connection from Hogan to Fowler would not be required. We have to maintain, there's some services, again, city lands and whatnot that would have to be serviced. But I guess that's that classification of that roadway is by rights, being investigated for whether it would be a neighborhood roadway or not. At this point in time, it truly isn't kind of really recognizing it as a need for servicing any large loads and or servicing high volumes of traffic. That would be the Hogan Road connection. That kind of going back to that, looking at that map, doesn't reflect an anticipated influence to existing development for any kind of shortcutting or anything like that, because it's a proposed future network and considerations. So I don't think we would anticipate any negative influence to the Northridge or Deer Ridge developments, or that southern portion existing of Hogan Road, south of Villeneuve Road. But Barb, I guess that's the one thing that I may need some clarity on, is in terms of Councillor, the specific concern of the classification. If it's neighborhood, then to be sure there could be confidence in regards to the possible service, transit services accommodated on that route, should it be required in the future for site servicing the development.
So yes, I just brought up the complete streets map, and currently it is a local. It's not a neighborhood and complete streets, and I can share that map if you would like me to.
Sure. All the information can help drive a clear decision. We're here to listen. Again, it's just that particular segment, so that's a bit of an eye test.
So it looks It looks like it's dedicated as a neighborhood, which is a connector, which is a collector. Sorry, geez, I'm still from the engineering perspective of arterial, collector, and locals. I'm gonna muck this up, but for clarity, a neighborhood road would be anticipated as a collector status, which would serve to function transit services. However, for clarity, that link would be brought back to site servicing requirements for access for any proposed development. Whether or not a direct access to Fowler would be required, or if we're talking about a minimal development or anything like that, if service could be provided off of Villeneuve Road. But the big recognition here is that Fowler Way will be the new, and this is a good representation of the new Fowler alignment. Like I said, it kind of had pushed out of the previous city boundaries, now within the approved annexation area. But that link in connection right now would be subject to actual traffic impact assessments and demands for any proposed development west of Hogan, south of future Fowler.
So just a question now on this map, it brings a question as to traffic coming into the city from Villeneuve. How would it get off of Fowler Way, head south on Hogan, and then onto Villeneuve Road to service any of the land along St. Albert Trail? Because they're not going to go north and then circle back down, are they? Is that what you're proposing?
That will be, I mean, it's tough for me to answer that, Councillor Killick, without knowing a destination, or, if they're coming out of the west and using Fowler Way, it ultimately will link to St. Albert Trail, and future-wise will turn into Neil Ross and connect to 127th Street as well. So, Fowler Way will be a higher speed. This is our typical 60 kilometer per hour divided arterial roadway. Again, large loads would be, this would be a designated route. So unless their shortest path legally was, using Hogan Road and delivering to somewhere off of Villeneuve and whatnot, their shortest path was off that route, then they would use that. But other than that, they would connect to St. Albert Trail and would not be using Villeneuve Road. There is, in all our traffic impact assessments for the area for Hogan Road, Villeneuve Road, anticipated trips are incorporated and anticipated to be connecting to St. Albert Trail using Villeneuve Road as well. There is background that will continue to use that route, but it is anticipated that the higher volumes will be using Fowler Way.
Okay.
As an example, if I can throw this out here for consideration, is if we think of the commuting traffic connecting from St. Albert Trail to Ray Gibbon today, that is, essentially, potentially, maybe, let's say, bypassing regional traffic and whatnot, commuting through St. Albert without an origin and destination within St. Albert, that link of Fowler Way will provide that bypass. So that traffic demand that exists on Villeneuve today will subsequently anticipated to use that future network.
So we have Giroux, which will be a major road, and Fowler Way to get traffic from the west side over east to St. Albert Trail. We're losing Villeneuve Road as a major connector. Terms may be wrong, but
essentially you're right, but so it is turning into a connector, which would be a secondary type of arterial, if you can think of it. The cross towns will continue to be east-west, McKinney Avenue, Meadowview Drive, Giroux Road, and then future Fowler Way with Neil Ross.
Okay, thanks for the clarification. I think you've got me on board on board the bus. I'm on the bus.
Board the bus.
I just want to be able to go down Villeneuve.
Okay. Councillor Broadhead, you had your hand up. You're good. Councillor Broadhead? All right. Okay. So we were at Councillor Mackay's. We are now on to second reading. No, you've read it in. I've accepted it and feel like if I not, I accept it now. Do you have any opening comments?
No, I mean, a good discussion, and it's better to clarify it now than have to take it away and then go. So please, thank you for your insight and your involvement. I appreciate it because, I mean, I was going back even through some of this, and I even looked and pulled up the old Villeneuve report and saw that, you know, it is closely aligned to option one. And I don't believe, you know, this just clarifies some of the language. You know, I like the maps that I'm looking at because they're more color coded, and maybe that's just something that's more associated to my way of thinking. But I appreciate the comments so far, and that's the I'm just glad that we've got some clarity, and that's all my comments.
Okay. All right. I see no hands up online. We're good here. Call for the vote. Voting's closed. That passes unanimously. And third reading.
That bylaw 06/2021 be read a third time, and I have no comment.
All right. I see no one else is logging in, so call for the vote. Voting's closed. And that passes unanimously. All right. Council, are you okay to do the second public hearing, which I don't think will be very long? Do we have the proponents online?
Yes, we have Jim and Bladen.
Okay. Oh, okay. So let's get this done so they don't have to sit around all night. So I will open the public hearing for Bylaw 55, 2021, which is a land use bylaw amendment to redistrict the Chiro ASP. So public hearing open. Go ahead. Eric, I see you already have your camera on.
There we go. Hello, hello. Is my screen being shared now?
Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Okay. Good evening. My name's Eric Schultz, and I'm here from Planning and Development to present Bylaw 55/2021, which is a redistricting in the Chiro neighborhood. Oops, there we go. There we go. Chiro is a new neighborhood, residential neighborhood located in the west side of St. Albert, west of Ray Given Drive, and north of Township Road 540A, which is the old McKinney Avenue. Bylaw 55/2021 is an amendment to the land use bylaw Schedule A. Schedule A graphically identifies each parcel of land in the city and its current land use district. When there's a change to a district in Schedule A redistricting occurs. The area to be redistricted is shown here and will be accessed from Range Road 260. There will be no direct access from Ray Given Drive or Township Road 540. The Chiro area structure plan shows the area as low and medium density residential, and this aligns with the municipal development plan Flourish. This application proposes to redistrict approximately 11.4 hectares of land to residential, RX, residential lane, RXL, medium density residential, RX3, and public park, P. The large park shown in the northwest corner is going to be a stormwater management facility, just for reference. And the current land use district for all of this is Urban Reserve, which is a holding district until development occurs on the land. In a new neighborhood, that would be expected. This application was circulated to internal and external shareholders and all residents within 100 meters of the proposed redistricting. As this is a new neighborhood, there are no current residents, only landowners. There are no objections or concerns raised. In conclusion, the proposed redistricting is supported by both the area structure plan and the municipal development plan. And therefore, administration recommends that council approve the redistricting as presented today. And that's it. Thank you.
Short and sweet. Perfect. Any questions for administration? Councillor Hughes, go ahead.
Thank you. So when I look at like other hold on, I gotta make it small so I can just look at two screens at the same time here. So when I seen other ASB changes, they show us roads in a bit more detail. Is there a reason why we're not getting a bit more of a detailed version? For example, we don't know where the parks are. We don't really know, we don't know anything. We just have a lot of blobs here.
I'm not sure what you normally are expecting to see on this.
I guess, and maybe I'm thinking something different, but when I get an ASP, it's typically like we can see where the lots are. Like when you had the proposed districting here.
Oh,
we're not getting those details.
Those, you want to see the actual subdivision layout?
I guess we just normally get it, is what I'm saying. And so I'm just wondering why why we didn't get it this time.
Sometimes we don't actually have the subdivision information at this time because this is usually the first step before you get the subdivision. Sometimes they provide the subdivision information at the same time, but that will be the next step subsequent to the redistricting and the changes to the land use bylaw.
Can you go back one slide from before this one where you had it a bit more detailed? So we're just talking about this little chunk here, correct? And so really what you're looking at is just a few streets.
Yes.
Is what we're changing on this whole thing. And just be patient with me just really quickly on this. I realize we have the two parks there. Did we actually increase or decrease the parks, or are they pretty much the same and moved around? So we didn't really have the before picture.
Like, I'm not quite sure. Like, this is a brand new greenfield development, and
okay,
this is what's proposed. The area structure plan shows us, and they're just redistricting to allow them to start building it as per the ASP.
So,
okay, so
Eric,
the roads and stuff are the same.
Yeah. So I was just going to say, I'm just going to get Eric to confirm that the park, that's P, aligns with where it is within the area structure plan. We're not amending the area structure plan. Is that correct, Eric?
Correct.
We are just doing the rezoning. So the
Correct.
rezoning aligns with the area structure plan.
Yes.
And the
okay.
sizes. Yes.
All right. I'm picking up what you're putting down now. Okay. Thank you. We're good. Thanks.
Hey.
This is all that urban reserve over to developmental zoning type. All right, Councillor Killick.
Thank you. Just a general question. It would seem to me, I'm not a developer, but it would seem to me that this would be a very high traffic area that would be good for some small commercial development, gas station, whatever, small commercial development. Was any thought given to that, or I know it's up to the developer, but
yeah. So the proponent Rohit is with us, so we will go to questions of the proponent next. But as it was just pointed out, this is not an area structure plan amendment. So when the area structure plan was approved, those kind of questions about commercial, residential, industrial, all those uses are at the area structure plan level. This is just taking the urban reserve and converting it into something they can develop. So if you're obviously welcome to ask the developer, but this is not what's in front of us today.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. Do you have any more questions for admin? Seeing none, I'm going to go to, I know both Bladen and Jim are here. So do you guys have a presentation?
No, we don't, Madam Mayor.
You're
just here to answer questions.
All right. Mike, do you want to ask them the question?
So
it's more an area structure plan, so yeah.
It just, I'll repeat the question. It's just, was any consideration given to light commercial, being that that's a high visibility, high traffic area for gas station, or my favorite, and a new neighborhood pub, or something like
Wes's favorite.
Mayor Heron, Jim Chiro with Rohit Land Development. Hello, Mayor Heron and councillors. That question was posed to us probably 2 years ago when we were in the area structure plan process. And there is commercial and non-residential development at the north end of the area structure plan area. And there's also, pardon me, future non-residential development on the south side of the extension of Daru Road West in the Lakeview Business Park. So we're starting off strictly with a focus on residential development.
I just threw up the whole Chiro area structure plan just for reference.
Well, that's great.
So we're developing down here in this bottom corner, and the commercial they're talking about is up in this pink section up top.
Yeah, fair enough.
Okay.
As a developer, you have better knowledge and control of what would fit best. Thank you.
All right. I'm seeing no more questions. And we had no registered public speakers. Just confirming, no more questions of administration or the proponent. All right, I need a motion to close the public hearing. Thank you, Councillor Broadhead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, that the public hearing on bylaw 55/2021 be closed.
Awesome. Call for the vote. Voting's closed. Passes unanimously. Anyone want to bring forward second reading?
I can continue. if you
Okay,
wish.
go ahead, Councillor Broadhead. Thank you so much.
That bylaw 55/2021 be an amendment 203 to 103 to the land use bylaw be read a second time.
Awesome. Any opening comments?
The only comment that I would have is this is a consequence, I think, of getting servicing across Ray Gibbons Drive. I'm a little pumped to see that, quite honestly. So, yeah, and great questions. Yeah, looking forward to dirt being turned. Thanks.
All right. Anyone else? I could say I think there's dirt being turned already over there in anticipation of all this work. So it will be nice to start seeing some development over there.
I live right across the street, so I have a front row seat to this one. It's kind of fun.
There you go. Yeah, yeah, there was a lot of big equipment over there over the summer. So anything to close, Councillor Broadhead?
No. No.
Okay, call for the vote. Voting closed. Passes unanimously. Third reading, Councillor Broadhead.
That bylaw 55/2021 be an amendment 203 to the land use bylaw be read a third time.
Anything further?
Nothing further.
Call for the vote. Voting is closed. Passes unanimously. All right. Congratulations, guys. Looking forward to this.
Thank you.
Okay. That's our public hearings for today. No emergent items. We will come back after a dinner break for civic and external agencies because it's almost 5:30. Let's take a break. And then honestly, all that we have after that is the updates. So get ready. And then your motion, Councillor Killick. And then we're going in camera for a couple things. So it's 5:24. Those of you at home, do you need a full meal? Because we're not getting a full meal here today. So
I have dinner being served, but I can eat in 10 minutes.
oh, guys, gonna say is 20 minutes enough? Okay, 20 minutes, and that gives us till 5:45. Okay, so see you then. Is Councillor Hughes with us? Sheena? There she
Kathy.
is. We are all back, ready to go, except for me, because I was going to pull up the list of committees that we sit on so I can go through it. So why don't I just start with you, Councillor Killick, if you're ready to give an update on the committees that you sit on.
Yes, so 2 quick updates. I'm having trouble logging on to the internet for my PC, but for the Environmental Advisory Committee, we met on Thursday, January 27th. Had great support from Ledge Services, Renee McDonald, to run the first part of the meeting, call to order, and elect our chair and vice chair. And we had completed that and turned the meeting over to our new chair. We had excellent support around from Megan Myers on all of the activities, brought us up to speed on committee orientation, the EAC work plan for 2022, which is very busy. So this is going to be a very busy committee, as I'm sure all my councillor colleagues know from past years. Chair is Bill Marsh. Did an excellent job of chairing the rest of the meeting. We had a very good update and discussion on the Clean Energy Improvement Plan. And we tabled a request from the Northwest watershed area for a letter of support, which they're reviewing. And our next meeting is February 24th. So very, very good meeting. Similar update for Community Service Advisory Committee. We met on January 25th. Had excellent support from Ledge Services to kick us off for the first part of the meeting and elect our chair and vice chair positions. Had great support from our staff team to adopt the minutes from previous meeting. We had a good orientation around the grants and programs, excellent orientation around FCSS funding, and we started to build out our plan or discuss the plans for the year's work that we're going to undertake. And our chair was nominated as Lorraine Gerling and Vice Chair Bob Hassel. So they're on board. I would say for both of these committees, there is a little bit of a challenge in how we communicate because of our new FOIP rules of not sharing, the city not sharing committee members' emails. So they have to set up those email distribution lists themselves. I'm sure that's just growing pains, but again, great meetings. And again, I should have mentioned on community services, we had great support from Brittany Switzer and Ledge Services to get us kicked off on that one. And Anna and Peyton did a great job as well back on Environmental Advisory Committee, just to mention them by name for helping us out. So that's a quick update.
Awesome. Thank you. Councillor Hughes.
So the only committee of mine that met this month was the Seniors Committee. Again, we chose the chair and vice chair. I think it'll be a really interesting committee this year. Has a different direction with a new chair. They've also voiced frustration about the FOIP rules about sharing the email addresses as well, which Ledge Services is aware of already. And the priorities will be determined. They're hoping to have something more determined by next month. They're looking for a bit more direction from what council or administration would be looking for direction to give, so they have an idea of what the calendar would look like in advance. And we're hoping that will come in next month. And they will be providing an annual report to committee in, I guess, 2 weeks' time. So that's it for now.
You sit on the seniors committee too, Councillor Hughes?
That was the seniors committee.
Oh, sorry. It was the emergency advisory. I can give an update on that one too, if you want.
Okay.
Okay. How about you, Councillor Jolly?
Yeah, so both Homeland and the Youth Committee met. So Youth Committee, we had quorum, elected a new chair, and our vice chair is the former chair. So we'll see her at our next council meeting or one of the upcoming council meetings for the last year's report. The only kind of new direction that the Youth Committee is taking this year is rather than me just going through council agendas and kind of getting feedback or letting the youth know about what's happening, I'm going to be meeting with the chair just for a quick kind of 15-minute meeting to look at what they might be interested in so we can really pointedly put that on their agendas. So scooters, for example, are coming up on our meeting this week. It's interesting to hear the FOIP conversation. So when it came time for the youth committee to kind of vote on sharing their information, the point was brought up that, you know, that about privacy of information. And I think the youth are a lot more maybe cognizant of privacy issues than maybe I am. And so kind of it was the youth committee that brought up those original concerns that I sent off to Mr. LaFleur. So yeah, that was kind of great to hear that feedback from them. It was interesting. Homeland Housing, we're working on our new head office. We're seeing those delays that everyone in the construction industry is seeing right now. So that project is a little bit behind schedule. One of our new affordable housing building in Morinville, there were some issues with some heating equipment on one of the floors. So that's been a fun experience getting that replaced by the supplier. One of the really cool things about that though is because it's a net zero building, it's so well insulated that it's really easy to keep comfortable for our residents. So that's been great. And COVID has been our other really kind of pressing concern at our seniors facilities, particularly. So dealing with outbreaks, hospitalizations, and deaths. So that's been really challenging for Homeland and their staff. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Broadhead?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So, so basically, I had the Edmonton Metro Transit Services Commission meeting, a number of meetings over the month. The regular board meeting, the HR and Compensation Committee was canceled this month, but we'll be again here shortly. We should have met, but in any case, we didn't. The interesting part about what is going on in the commission, of course, is because it's an organization that's an ongoing thing. Strategic planning is really a large component of this first year as we move forward into operation. And so that will be a significant portion of my work in January. I also had a meeting of the EMRB Audit and Finance Committee meeting, and there, of course, because it was the first meeting of the new term, the chair and vice chair were elected, and Mayor Tanny DeBlanco is the chair of the committee again. She does a fine job chairing, so I was actually happy to nominate her for that particular post. The first order of business, of course, was to consider the budget for the new year. They have a different fiscal year timing. It's not January 1st to December 31st, but more March 31st on. And so we're looking at that. We had to engage the auditor, and just like any large organization has to do, you have to put in place your supports to make sure the organization is running correctly. So now the interesting thing here is I actually had a meeting of the Edmonton Salutes Committee, and Edmonton has done some change around their admin support, and they changed the the meeting this month from the last Friday of the month to the third Friday of the month. Unfortunately, had double booked a doctor's exam for me, and I wasn't able to attend this month. But I am part of their membership recruitment committee, so we'll be meeting that shortly as well. So just a busy month all the way around, just like everybody else. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Mackay.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I had the police committee meeting just before the joint meeting with council on the 18th, and like everybody else, we went through our elections, and Mr. Todd Walsh is now the new chair, and Ian Sanderson is the vice chair, and then we kept the same. Christian Kombach is still the public complaints director. Not much discussion prior to our meeting, other than there is just a reminder that we are hosting the Alberta Association of Police Governance conference in April, and more information will be coming out about opportunities to attend or if you're interested. And then I had my Alberta Capital Region Wastewater Commission at the same time as I also was dealing with the Intercity Forum on Social Policy Duties that are associated to AOMA, but I will let Councillor Bermansky update everyone on that one. And nothing out of the ordinary at Alberta Capital Region Wastewater Commission, just regular update in relation to kind of regular duties, responsibilities. So nothing to bring back to council as it relates to that. So that's what I was doing.
Awesome. All right. And Councillor Bermansky.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor. So I was involved in the Arts and Arts Development Advisory Committee. It was quite a thorough meeting, and all of the groups that I worked with on any of these committees have, we certainly positioned the correct people in them. The experience and qualifications in the committees are just outstanding this year, as far as I can see. January 26th, the Arts and Development Committee met. We elected the chair and the vice chair. So we have Emily Baker chair, Rachel Jones as vice chair. We talked about all the accomplishments of the arts community last year, like art classes online, the light program outside City Hall just around Christmas there. And what we're planning, and we discussed some of the history, and Ramsin made a presentation. So we discussed the history of the art gallery and the different programs that are going on there and exciting stuff that's coming forward. So once they started going over all the lists of accomplishments for the year, is quite large. They do have a lot of programs that they're working on for this year. And again, we'll focus more of that. It was more of an orientation and election to the new members on the 26th. The other committee I participated in was the Intercity Forum. And again, that was a 5-hour meeting that was on January 28th. And got to meet with a lot of people from all areas of the province, and in their focus, it sort of duplicated what a lot of people are focusing on right now is, the federal budget, RCMP, transit support, housing. But the one thing that came forward in the meeting was in the group from Airdrie, they have a special police group there that works with people at risk and the successes that they've had there. They have a nurse practitioner that works with them in the public. So it was quite an interesting program that I'd like to, share more with council in the future. But again, lots and lots of information about how we need to correct things that are going on in the communities now and heal from COVID and such. So that was a very, very good meeting. I also participated in the Community Services Advisory Committee. Mike was at that one as well, which he already went through, and the Environmental Committee as well.
Awesome. Thank you, everyone. Good updates. I like that process better. Who's on the Arts Committee? Did that one get done? Is that you? Okay, so that one was covered, right? Okay. For some reason, actually on the website, it says you can. So we got to get that fixed. Yeah, but it says you, I think. I'll check again. Anyway, it's all good. And my updates are, well, you guys get my update every Friday, so you know what I've been doing. The only thing new that I've been appointed to is through Alberta municipalities is the Emergency Services Provincial Advisory Committee on Ambulance. We've only had our first meeting. They have the timelines are tight. They want a report by the end of July, and they've got lots of committee work, so it's going to keep me busy, but hopefully St. Albert's voice will be truly represented. We need somebody with integrated services on that committee, so that's good. And that's really the only update I have that I'm appointed to by this council. So, all right. And I'm not even appointed to that one by this council, but I just thought I'd let you know. Anyway, council motions. So before I go to the motion, Councillor Killick, there's Matt. I sent you a text. Hopefully you got it. Awesome. So Mr. Bakowicz had registered to speak and he asked that he speak at the time of. So I'm going to give him his 5 minutes in the sun right now and then open it up for questions. So go ahead, Matt.
Thank you, Mayor Herron. Good afternoon. Active Communities Alberta is a nonprofit society. We're comprised entirely of volunteers, many of whom live here in St. Albert. Over the course of the past year, we've been leading a project to create an outdoor recreation and community hub for the city. The COVID-19 pandemic has significantly impacted the mental, physical, and social health of St. Albert residents. This comes in many forms, including lack of physical activity, strained relationships, and unfortunately, even suicide. Our project will support the citizens of St. Albert in recovering from the impacts of the pandemic. This is City Council's strategic priority number 7. The Outdoor Recreation and Community Hub project will encourage physical and mental wellness and reconnect our community. For these reasons, we believe the time for this facility is now. The year-round hub will feature twin recreation pads and a change building. The recreation pads will be refrigerated during the winter for ice sports. During the summer, the concrete pads will be used for activities such as lacrosse, pickleball, and ball hockey. We want to acknowledge the support that administration has provided, specifically Mr. Kerry Hiltz. When we were discussing potential facility locations with administration, it was Mr. Hiltz who ensured we received utility plans for the various sites. It was also Mr. Hiltz who advised us it would be best to pursue non-city land for this project. This advice led us to securing a 35-year agreement for land with St. Albert Public Schools. Kerry, you have the trust and respect of our board, and we would look forward to continuing our collaboration. The outdoor hub is going to be something special. It is timely. It can be built relatively quickly to support our community in recovery from the pandemic. The facility's location has the highest concentration of schools in St. Albert, with enrollment of over 2,000 students. And as the first of its kind in the region, it brings a unique year-round recreation opportunity that has proven successful in many other communities. The city recently contracted Ernst & Young to do a review of city operations at a cost of $1 million to taxpayers. The EY review identified the need for alternate service delivery, quote. It is specifically noted that, quote, the city reevaluate its role in direct service delivery and explore alternate options, unquote. Our facility is a prime opportunity to implement this. Our nonprofit will operate the facility on a self-sustaining basis without the need for taxpayer support. Over the past year, we have engaged with many stakeholders regarding the project, including local sports organizations representing over 4,000 participants. Letters of support from these organizations include the following remarks. Quote, the St. Albert Pickleball Club wholeheartedly supports the ACA proposal. We ask that you as a council of the City of St. Albert support this initiative, unquote. Quote, St. Albert Minor Hockey Association fully supports the outdoor ice project proposed by Active Communities Alberta, unquote. Quote, it is with the full support of Hockey Alberta that we provide this letter. The quality of the rinks proposed will be comparable in ice quality to indoor rinks, unquote. And finally, from St. Albert Rams Lacrosse, quote, we anticipate using the outdoor recreation facility for games, practices, recruitment events, and tournament play, unquote. I want to specifically acknowledge St. Albert Public Schools for the support they have provided. The 35-year land agreement recognizes the benefit that this hub will provide for generations of students and the entire community. Their letter of support notes that, quote, without a doubt, St. Albert Public Schools is very much in support of this exciting project, unquote. We understand that the council motion contains a reverse onus concept in which funding from the city is contingent on us raising a specified level of funding first. We support this approach and ask that you pass Councillor Killick's motion today. In closing, this project presents council with the opportunity to support our community in recovering from the impacts of the pandemic. We've secured a 35-year land lease and have raised over $500,000 already. Let's all pull together and get this facility built now for the benefit of current and future generations. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Matt. Good presentation. I'm sure there's going to be some questions. So let me open up my participants button. All right, Council, now is your chance. So Councillor Hughes, I see your hand up already. And then we'll go to Councillor McKay.
Thanks. Thanks for coming, Matt. I appreciate it. Part of the motion also has a contingency that there's a fiscal analysis or something of that wording, and that ACA is to pay for it. Is there any objections on your organization to do that?
There are no objections. We appreciate that City of St. Albert funded the previous value for money assessment. We're excited to do our part, and we've spoken as a board, and we're prepared to fund this financial review.
Okay, thank you. That's it.
All right, Councillor McKay.
Thanks, Matt. I appreciate you coming tonight as well. Good presentation, and I appreciate receiving some of the material earlier. I did review it. How confident are you in your prices? Like, do you think you can do this for the what, 4.5 million approximately, or how confident are you in that?
Thanks for that question. So we initially had a lower price in mid-2021, and we've worked with general contractors that have experience in the industry. We've continued to refine our pricing. Obviously, I'm well aware of inflation and the impacts of that, as is our board. And we've had a lot of conversations about arriving at a price that we believe this facility can be delivered for. And that is the $6 million that we've been quoting. And that is including a contingency as well within that price to ensure that we've got some additional flexibility there as well. So we have engaged with many professionals in the industry, general contractors, ice plant professionals, ice floor developers, all of those groups in order to arrive at our estimates.
So in relation to, you identified reverse onus, but does the financial contribution proposed by the city, does that have a specified amount? Is it the 1.5, or could that be negotiated? Would part of the 60-day kick-in negotiations with administration include potentially looking at, structuring this over, several years or even longer, or in other in-kind services, or is that not being contemplated or something you would want?
I appreciate that, and we remain flexible in terms of the arrangements, and certainly today's motion is not contemplating any dollar amount. It's focused on signaling that there is an interest in exploring funding and specifying some sort of timeline alongside that. So to your point, Councillor McKay, we would be flexible, and there are things that can evolve, right? Like we may have some local construction groups that come forward and say, hey, like we're going to help out with this and that, and maybe that defers the ask. But again, for the purposes of today, it really is more of the opportunity to signal that there's interest in exploring funding, and I think that the specific dollar amount would be determined as we get closer to that date of decision.
Thanks, I appreciate that. I was just wondering if there was an actual number that ACA was anticipating as part of the contract or part of the negotiations after the benchmark was reached. The other piece, I know in your presentation you read in a number of letters of support in the last week. I'm not sure if you would be aware, I don't know how you would be, but we received quite a few emails from concerned residents in that area about the proposal, and we had a presentation earlier today as well. You know, how does ACA work with the residents around?
So we've got a long history of public engagement, and certainly we've had many opportunities over the last 5 years with this project and our previous project to have town halls, community surveys, YouTube videos, social media outreach, newspaper articles, stakeholder engagement sessions, and certainly we're putting a lot of effort into that right now. In terms of going forward, we plan to have virtual town halls, given that there isn't the opportunity to do in-person ones really as much right now. So we are excited about that. We're excited to hear from the community, including those residents in the area. We've put a lot of effort into creating videos to inform about the project and its location. The most recent video we posted about a month ago, and that video now has over 1,500 views. And that does include many of the specifics about the project, including the project location. We continue to get the word out, and frankly, the fact that you're starting to get some notes from people, I think that's a good sign that we're starting to get the message out to the community, and people are having the opportunity to provide their feedback regarding the project. And certainly we would welcome that. I guess one thing I would ask is, if there's an opportunity to receive or encourage those residents that you're hearing from to connect with us, we would certainly love to speak with them. Obviously, hear their concerns, and again, ensure that there's consistent communication occurring. So that is a high priority for our group, and certainly we're committed to extensive public engagement.
Thanks, Matt.
All right, Councillor Killick.
Thank you, Matt, and thank you, Councillor Mackay, for asking the question about residents' concerns. In particular, at the beginning of the meeting, we had one lady bring forward a number of concerns, and at that time, she had mentioned that she'd written a letter to ACA. I wonder if you could tell us if you've had a chance to look at that, and have you received it? More importantly, had a chance to look at it, and will you be responding back to her with answering her question?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Killick. Number one, we did receive her letter approximately somewhere around 10 a.m. this morning. We did gather over lunch hour with some of our board members to discuss some of our responses to the inquiry. And again, we did send a response through to her, I believe, just before the council meeting would have started. So again, she may not have had an opportunity to see the letter at the time, but certainly we did address that prior to her speaking, I believe. So in terms of the concerns that were raised, I think this is great that we're hearing this. This provides us an opportunity to clarify misconceptions that are out there. Again, we've got to be careful not to put the cart before the horse. And as it was noted, the school district did approve, or the school trustees approved administration to move forward on October 27th. And then from there, we had some fine tuning to the agreement heading into Christmas. And then obviously the most recent variant hit, and that occupied their resources for some time. So we did get the formal contract signed here a couple of weeks ago. And so again, it's relatively new, and certainly we want to engage with the public. So in terms of her specific concerns, There were a few that jumped out to me that I think are important to just highlight. So I guess she mentioned her main concern was access points to the facility. And we will confirm that the access for the facility will be off of Sir Winston Churchill Avenue is what we're proposing. And the facility would be constructed behind the outreach school and sort of kitty corner to Snake Hill, essentially. That would provide a 4-lane divided arterial roadway in order for people to access this site. So again, that doesn't require traffic through the main residential areas of Forest Lawn or other parts of the community. It is right on the arterial. So I think that's important to clarify in terms of what she said her main concern was. In terms of the other concerns that were raised, there was a concern about prior to land use changes that there would be, the question was, would there be a need for a public hearing? I want to be clear that this is not a land use change. The land is designated as private and public service. So that land use designation does provide this discretionary use of outdoor recreation amenities. And so this would fall within that definition. So in terms of a need to make changes to land use, there is no need to do that. So I think it's important to clarify that. That being said, I mean, we don't need to be forced to have a public hearing in order to have public forums and town halls and all of that. We've got a history of doing that, and we will continue to do that. I assure you of it, and we're looking forward to those events. Another point she made beyond the land use changes was development permitting. And I think one thing I'd like to point out is that we did engage very early on with administration about development permits. Adrian Slot had attended a meeting with us last spring. We went through the process together. He answered our questions in terms of turnaround time. I think he said 60 days or 90 days for turnaround for date of decision from the application for the development permit. Again, we recognize that there are some discretions for the development officer within that process. We plan to follow those. Again, it's more of an administrative exercise in terms of that process. And as I said, the land is zoned appropriately for a facility of this type. The other thing I will note is in learning about this site, it had actually been proposed early days here as part of the site overview to include both indoor arenas and outdoor rinks. And the outdoor rinks would have been located right where Snake Hill is. So really, this facility is only a short distance away from where the original site plan had contemplated outdoor rinks to be located. We will be looking forward to meeting with administration at an appropriate time to do pre-permit submission discussions, and we've had conversations with our architect about preparing site plans and all the information that's required for that. So again, there's a lot of understanding, a lot of prep work that we're doing in order to prepare for that, but we're not there yet. Again, the speaker listed a ton of amenities in schools, and frankly, we think that's a huge advantage to locating the facility at this site. And in discussions with other stakeholders, they've referenced the same. Parking. Again, parking would be accessed off of Sir Winston Churchill mainly, and those lots contain several hundred stalls that are owned by the school district. So again, that's a very efficient use of existing land and existing infrastructure, and points to the synergies of this project. They raised points about 500,000 having been raised. Yes, we have raised over $500,000. We did sort of put a pause to our fundraising activities while we work through a specific site for this. Now that we have a site located, we do plan on ramping up our fundraising activities. And I mean, obviously engagement with the community is a key piece to that. And yeah, I think generally facility locations, we did have discussions with administration about other locations. We were encouraged that there would be opportunities, better opportunities likely for our project if we pursued non-city land. And Mr. Hiltz was a great support in helping us in that direction. And certainly that's a big reason why we've landed at the location we have. We did evaluate, I think, 6 or 7 sites, Mr. Hiltz, when we pulled those servicing plans last spring. So again, there was diligence done collectively on our parts to understand what potential locations could be suitable for this facility.
Thank you. You
Thank
mentioned, it sounds like you addressed all the questions that were brought forward this afternoon at one of our first presenters, and appreciate that. Getting back to the resident is always important. You just mentioned your agreement with St. Albert Catholic Public Schools. They were also here this morning or this afternoon earlier, answered a few questions, but can you share any other details about the 35-year agreement and build time that you have with them, just to provide a little bit of context of that agreement?
Yeah, certainly. So the essence of the agreement is that we would lease their location in exchange for them having exclusive and primary access during school hours. So of course, a facility like this, that's sort of the quiet time anyhow. So it does work out to maximize utilization of the facility. And in exchange, then we would have, or we do have the opportunity to make use of the evening hours for the facility as well as weekends. So that would be for various community programming, user groups, etc. So that's a general layout of the agreement. In terms of timelines, I'm not sure if we would want to confirm with them about being able to speak about specific details to it. And certainly we'd be more than happy to do that with the consensus from from the St. Albert Public District. What I would say is there is a time frame that's allotted for us to raise the funds and start construction. And then of course to finish construction. It's one of those things where neither group really wanted this to drag on. And in fact, we were the ones that proposed that there be a timeline there, because we wanted to make sure that, neither of us are wasting our time on something. And again, I think that's a reasonable time frame, I will say, that provides us the opportunity. But at the same time, it does put some pressure on us to get moving with raising funds. And we're doing a lot of parallel fundraising activities. We've engaged with all levels of government, and certainly today's meeting and this motion on the table is recognizing that time is of the essence, and we certainly appreciate council's support in considering this motion today.
Thank you. You mentioned strong community support from both winter and summer sports organizations. You quoted a few letters that you had. You also mentioned that ACA has a project video on Facebook. Could you give me a sense of what the community reaction, kind of thumbs up, thumbs down of those 1,600 views is?
Yeah. So in terms of the videos, we've done 2 videos now on this project. One we released last spring, and then the other one about a month ago, as we pretty much had the agreement close to finalization. So the video that we released in the spring, I believe it had around 1,600 views. This video has a similar amount of views. So we're over the 3,000 view mark regarding this project. The second video that we did release here a month ago, that did specifically talk about the facility being located behind Paul Kane High School. It had a map of St. Albert. It had a star as to where it is in respect to the rest of the city. Again, the core of the city. So those were very, very well viewed videos. And so certainly we think the word is out there. And evidence of that is, some of the Facebook posts we've done recently. I believe a post we did a week ago had, I believe, around 130 reactions, and I think 129 were, thumbs up and hearts. And then I believe there was one that was the upset expression. So from a ratio standpoint, we recognize that anything people do isn't going to get 100% support, and certainly we think that's very strong support from the community. In terms of feedback from residents, we've only received feedback from this resident that spoke today, and then one other letter from another resident. So again, it's been very limited. We've had a ton of positive feedback from the community through all means. Like, people are messaging through LinkedIn, they're messaging through Facebook, they're writing emails. So again, very, very positive stance by the community on this.
In the information, you'd sent a separate email to council with a bit of a slide deck. You mentioned that there are similar facilities were successful in other communities, and some of those had received support from the municipalities that they were located in. Could you just give us a little quick overview of some of those similar facilities that would be similar to the ones you're proposing here?
Certainly, and we've done a lot of research over the last year. We've identified over 80 refrigerated outdoor rink facilities around North America, and many of those are covered as well with a roof. And again, we've taken the opportunity to engage with many of those organizations. So number one, from a design and construction perspective, and number two, from an operating perspective. So we've received financial information from them that we use to construct our business case. They've validated numbers for us, and obviously that's been a key input. And one of the groups, even last week we were chatting with, they said, you know, this type of facility is rock solid in terms of operating ability from a financial perspective. So they've seen a huge uptake, and that's a nonprofit organization that's been operating covered refrigerated outdoor rink facility for over 10 years successfully, and certainly poised to do it for many more based on our conversations. So these are in Montreal, Ottawa, Toronto, New York, Washington State, British Columbia, all over the place. And again, this is the opportunity here to do something unique for the region, and for St. Albert to be a leader in alternative forms of recreation spaces. And again, we think this facility has proven itself in many other communities, and it's time for one of these in St. Albert.
Matt, you just mentioned a point about an outdoor covered rink. I recall one of those was proposed for St. Albert a while ago, and it ultimately wasn't successful. So how does your proposal differ from an outdoor covered rink?
So that was a motion, I believe, that was brought forward in 2018. I believe the dollar amount was somewhere around 1.2, 1.5 million, something like that. Again, that was brought forward. It was evaluated by administration. And I think one of the requirements based on that motion was that the city could only evaluate city-owned properties that had existing rink shack infrastructure. And so that severely limited the scope of that evaluation to only a specific number of sites. And as through that review, the LaRose site was identified as the best of that bunch. And again, that list, I believe it was around, like from a close proximity standpoint, it was quite close to residential. And again, that one was probably in the neighborhood of maybe 150 feet from the closest houses. And so again, there was concern brought forward at that time. What I would say is that there were only 5 of the 20 outdoor rink sites in St. Albert were considered in that time. So maybe there would have been other sites that would have been more ideal. And certainly this site that we've landed on has been was not considered as part of that analysis either. I would point out that from a proximity standpoint, where we're planning on putting this facility adjacent to Snake Hill, the closest St. Albert residents would be more than 500 feet away. And so that's well beyond the 150 that the Rose rink was. And secondly, that's well beyond the distance that we've seen in other communities for these facilities. So again, some communities have them, 100 to 150 feet away from residential, and ours at this location would be over 500 feet away. So the other thing I would point out just about that site at by Snake Hill is that there's actually a lot of natural and man-made barriers that would help to insulate from noise pollution, et cetera. So I grew up a block from this site, so spent most of my life living there. So I do know it very well. So I'm going to go through a quick one. And we've got Snake Hill. That's obviously a large barrier. You've got a church. You have the outreach school. You have SAM. You have district office. You have a large space over towards the Shell there. You've got Lorne Aiken School. And now actually the Paul Kane New School is going to insulate a number of residences from this project versus where the old Paul Kane was. And then furthermore, you've got a natural hill there. So it is terraced. So that will help to address some of those issues as well. And again, we think that the far proximity plus the infrastructure that's there make this a very suitable site for a facility such as this.
The question would be about the motion I'm bringing forward today, but it's still a question for you. And just from your perspective, not speaking anything about admin's view of this, and I'll ask that question later. Do you have any thoughts on the proposed timeline to complete doing a mutually agreeable terms of reference for a financial review, and then doing the financial review and having that brought back to council? You mentioned you wanted to have a sense of urgency, and so I just wonder if you'd had any. I know you've been through a much bigger, more complex value for money assessment in the past, but what's your thoughts on the achievability timeline of what we're proposing tonight?
So I guess one thing, from a timeline standpoint, we would expect probably around a month, 4 to 6 weeks, we could turn around that type of an assessment. Of course, I am a chartered professional accountant and have experience doing these types of engagements, and certainly understand what the timelines would be. Again, our group, we would be planning to jump on this as soon as council passed this motion tonight. We would be on the phone tomorrow to work on establishing some connections, and then from there, obviously, we'd want to be meeting with administration to understand what their perspective is on developing out the scope for the engagement. We recognize that administration has many other priorities on their plates, so we are cognizant to that, and obviously, appreciative of this being brought forward. And we would want to understand what their timelines are as well before, determining a precise timing for this. The other thing on timing I would like to touch on, and it is related to this facility. And we said, in our video, we put a very aggressive timeline of fall of 2022. That would be, I guess, December the 20th at the latest of 2022. There are many things that can fall into place here that within our Gantt chart and within our project plan that could allow us to deliver a facility at that time. That being said, we recognize that that's an aggressive timeline. And at the end of the day, if it requires some more time, or, if we need to budge a bit from that, there is a flexibility to do so. And it doesn't put us offside of anything, in terms of agreements, et cetera. So I do want to confirm that that's recognized as an aggressive timeline, but we put that in place because we recognize the community has been reeling from the pandemic for almost 2 years. And the quicker we can get this facility up and running, the quicker we can help support the community in recovering from all those pandemic impacts. So again, it's a very positive reason why we want to move on this quickly.
Thank you. No more questions from me. Thanks.
All right, Councillor Jolly.
Thank you. Thanks, Matt. So my first question is, if there's no dollar amount being requested from the city, Would ACA consider applying to our capital grant program like, all other St. Albert nonprofits do for capital projects, just as a first step?
Thanks for the question, Councillor Jolly. And my understanding based on administration's report is that the maximum amount for that program is $250,000. Again, we recognize this project has, a $6 million price tag. Typically, communities that share in supporting construction of facilities like this share in more than a fraction of that. So again, we think that given that we may be looking for or requesting an amount above that, that it would be more suitable to go down this road, knowing that that exact dollar amount is not yet established.
Thank you. So just to kind of follow up on Councillor Mackay's question about the dollar amount. So you don't know what the amount is, but it's north of 250. Can you give me like $1 million, $2 million? What do you have a sense of what that is, apart from just north of 250?
I think what we'd like to do is have the opportunity between this motion being passed and then assuming that it is passed, and then obviously a motion being brought forward, is to work with administration and with council to understand what type of capacity exists within the city. And again, to discuss what other funding partners have brought to the table. Again, because it's moving in parallel, there's a lot of different variables that we're working to manage. And I think it's best that we continue to stay connected on that and come to an amount that would be agreeable to both parties.
Thank you. So I'm considering proposing an amendment today just to so that residents know what we're talking about. So like, there's just no number that you can give us?
Councillor Jolly, I think that would be a bit ahead of where this motion is at. Like if there was a intention here today to go forward with the dollar amount.
Just to clarify that. So my next question is about public engagement. So I'm curious to know if ACA would be willing to fund public engagement similar to what the city did for Lacombe Park. Is that something that you'd be open to?
I'm sorry, could you familiarize me with what the city did for Lacombe Park?
Sorry, that was that report that you were referencing about Lacombe Park.
Oh, okay. Okay, sorry, for the LaRose rink facility. So we are a volunteer organization, and certainly we've got people with a lot of experience in public engagement, working in government in that role of public engagement. So we would rely most likely upon volunteers for that. And certainly those types of activities would be important. And, we would look to be having town halls, information sessions, public engagement sessions, because there's, almost 70,000 residents in our community, and we would like to hear from as many of those as possible.
Okay, great, thank you. Next question is whether ACA would be open to giving St. Albert naming rights. Should we donate significantly to the project?
I think everything's up for discussion, Councillor Jolly, and that's something that we would definitely be willing to entertain.
Great, thank you. Second last question. So I understand the city's recommended a pre-application meeting so that ACA can kind of be aware of the limitations of this particular site, not necessarily what was discussed last spring. So has that been scheduled yet or completed?
So from a development permit standpoint, typically as an organization, you want to have your funding in place before you move forward with development permits. So we are following that sequence. We would like to have the funding in place and then move forward with development permit application. That being said, we would also like to connect with administration and understand if that is, the most suitable approach in this scenario. So again, we would rely upon the expertise and judgment of administration in helping guide us through that.
Okay, thank you. My last question. So you kind of touched on this. So one of the comments we've been hearing is that $500,000 raised hasn't really budged. And so you commented that you did put a pause on that. But I'd like to get a sense of kind of what kind of support is in that 500,000. So can you give us an idea of like how many donors there are, or the average donation that has been received by ACA?
Yeah, so we've got donations from several residents within the community that do total to the $500,000. To your point, we haven't been aggressively pursuing fundraising in terms of dollars because we wanted to make sure we get a site and we can point to an address. We do also have other organizations that have expressed interest in in-kind donations as well, and that's not factored in. The over 500,000 that we've raised is actual cash dollars towards construction.
Okay, that's awesome. And so that's like $100,000 donations, or 500. Like, do you have a sense?
Yeah, it does range in dollar amount.
Okay.
But certainly, we do appreciate what the community has come out with, and that's a pretty significant amount of dollars. That again, every dollar that's brought forward is less money that potentially government would have to bring into this if they were to want to support a project of this or build it on their own. So I think that's just scratching the surface, frankly, Councillor Jolly. Engagement with many business owners in the community, others that have been well positioned from contributing to a project like this. I think there's a lot of opportunity. And one of the things that the EY report identified, in addition to the advantages of alternate service delivery, is that they actually identify.
The question was just how many donors. If we're done that, I'm good, and I don't have any other questions. Mayor, thank you.
All right, I see Councillor Bermansky has her hand up. Go ahead, Jelly.
Good evening, Matt. Just a couple questions for you. In your information that you sent out to council, it said that St. Albert Minor Hockey pays out about $500,000 a year to different communities. So with them using, and they're short actually about 3,000 hours of ice time. So if they're using your facility, would they actually save money on that $500,000, or would that be implemented into that facility?
Thank you for the question, Councillor. So just to be clear, that information that was reflected there, that was provided directly to us by St. Albert Minor Hockey. They provided us with a 3-page brief about their current ice situation. And so that 500,000 was provided by them, as was the 3,000 hours short. The other thing they mentioned was they felt that St. Albert was about 3 ice sheets short of being able to meet their demands. So in terms of them using the facility and the pricing, we did provide a business case to administration in November. That pricing that we provided is well below market value. Other facilities, and actually this is corroborated by the MNP report that was done regarding our previous project. MNP found, I believe, that ice times range from about $180 to $330 for minor sports teams in St. Albert that are practicing outside of St. Albert. So again, $180 to $330 an hour is substantially more than the rate that we had reflected in our business case. And so we think travel time plus more affordable ice certainly would support those teams in using this facility. The other thing that St. Albert Minor Hockey told us even as recently as last week is they've got a lot of grow the game programs, and unfortunately they don't have enough space or ice time for that either. And that's to appeal to many groups that maybe are more underprivileged or less wanting to make the full commitment towards minor hockey. And again, they've commented that this facility would be suitable for that type of programming as well.
Okay, thank you. Another question I have is, it's mentioned, and this was exciting to me, that the facility would be opened October until April and have Zamboni ice cleaning. So my question with the Zamboni ice cleaning, is there a full-time person on staff? Like, I know the school would be using it during the day, but would we be assured that there'd be a staff member there for safety at all times that the facility is being used?
Yeah, 100%. That's part of our commitment to the school district, and certainly those staffing resources are factored into our business case.
Okay, and I think my other question was answered through someone else's question, so that's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thanks. I don't see any more questions, but I'm just going to go back to one that Councilor Bermansky just asked Matt. So the price that you would be renting the ice out for St. Albert minor hockey, how does it compare to what Service Place is being offered at right now?
So I believe Service Place is offered around 210 to well, actually, I believe it's $236 an hour to non-user group organizations. So, you know, if the public wants to purchase ice from the city, it is around $236 an hour. I believe user groups get a discount on that. And I believe it is subsidized to the point of maybe I want to say $143 an hour. This is all off the top of my head.
That's okay.
Yeah. But our facility, we would expect to be in that comparable range, Mayor Herron. So again, the business case provided does have ice time within that range that the sports organizations are currently subsidized by the city at.
Okay. All right. I'm seeing no more questions. So I'm going to get you to read your motion into the record. And then before I accept it, we'll open it up to questions of our administration. And then we'll go to debate. You don't have to, Mike, just read it in. Go ahead. It's in your agenda package too. Okay, wherever you want it from.
So the motion that the Active Communities Alberta ACA request for financial support from the City of St. Albert towards an outdoor recreation and community hub is considered within 60 days after the following conditions have been met. The receipt of an independent financial review of the proposal completed by a third party funded by ACA based on criteria mutually established by ACA and the city, and the ACA has raised a minimum of $3 million from other sources towards the project.
All right, before I accept it, I'm going to take it to questions of our administration or yourself, Councillor Killick. Councillor Barhead, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And thanks, Councillor Killick, for bringing this motion in this particular form. Just as I read it, I understood it, except the last phrase, the ACA has raised a minimum of $3 million from other sources towards the project. Are we talking 3 million? What's your understanding of that? 3 million cash, 3 million plus 500,000 in cash, 2.5 in gifts in kind? What are we talking about?
My understanding, thank you, Councillor Broadhead. My understanding is that we would be looking at donation or grants from other levels of government, a mixture, and possibly fundraising dollars, as has already been mentioned. And some of that could be value in kind contribution as well. So it's really $3 million towards the total project cost of the project. I anticipate it'll be strictly cash, grant dollars, because they need to get up to the 5.5 to 6 million to build the full facility.
Thank you very much.
All right, Councillor Jolly, question.
Thank you. My first questions are for Councillor Killick, and I'm going to channel former Councillor Watkins for this first one. Where did the $3 million come from? Where did that number come out of?
The $3 million amount, like the number amount?
In your motion, yeah.
Yeah.
It was proposed initially when we had the discussion with ACA at the first round, prior to me amending my motion here. So they had indicated that they would be working with other levels of government to raise 3 million. So that's where it initially started from.
Okay, and I guess a follow-up to that. So right now, ACA is not asking for anything in particular from the city. So, can you give me a sense of what kind of donation you're proposing that we consider? Are you thinking like the $3 million balance? So it'd be $3 million from external sources and then $3 million from the city?
My anticipation is when we get to that discussion, and it's still subject to finalizing the costs and how much money ACA can raise, I expect we would maybe max out at $1 million, maybe $1.5 million. But that would be 3 million from other sources of funding, value in kind, fundraising, and then $1 million to $1.5 million from St. Albert to get them to the total of 6 million to build the full facility. Obviously, if they can raise more money through fundraising, then it would bring our contribution down. But I think this is the level of support that I think would be at the top end of the request.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Heron, my next questions are for administration. Do you want me to just go ahead?
Yeah, go ahead. No, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Can you explain kind of what kind of workload would be involved to come to an agreement with ACA about a feasibility study or even public engagement requirements if they're open to doing that kind of a study?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Jolly. I'll refer this to Diane Hinker.
Thanks for the question, Councillor Jolly, and through the chair to you. Administration would do the due diligence to review their reports, and we would take a look at the financial analysis. We would work with them right off very beginning to set up the scope of work for the financial review as per the motion. And with engagement, that hasn't been a conversation at this point, we would be very interested in working with ACA on engagement. We know that these kinds of facilities are really important to the community, and our parks and green spaces and our recreation amenities it's important to have input from our community. So we'd be happy to work with them on it. I think in terms of volume of work, it would be a significant project that we would have to take on. It would take some hours of work from our rec and park staff. How many at this point? I'm not sure how I could quantify that in terms of hours, but it would be a significant project that we would have to take on.
Okay, thank you. And my last question is whether, so we've heard that kind of the timeline that ACA is aiming for is to open this fall. So in terms of the development permit application timelines and the appeal process, because I understand this would be a discretionary use, what kind of timelines would we be looking at to get this facility open?
Councillor Jolly, I'll ask Adrian Slot to address that question.
Thank you. Adrian, you're on mute.
I got one and not the other. Thank you for the question, Councillor Jolly. So the time to development permit is largely dependent on the applicant. We typically, on even a large development permit application, we can turn those around within 40 days, typically, as per the legislation. And then there's an appeal period as you noted, on a subdivision development appeal. So if there was an appeal on a discretionary use, that takes another, I think it's about 3 weeks to get it scheduled and heard, and then another 2 weeks for the decision. So you're talking an additional 5 weeks on top of it. So I think, just going back to what I said, a large amount of it depends completely on the applicant, the quality and completeness of the application, and then we can go from there.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have. Thanks, Mayor.
All right, Councillor Mackay, question of admin?
Yeah, I have a question of admin, and then maybe Mr. Killick, Councillor Killick, sorry. First one for admin. Adrian, while you're still on here, so when this is, as we've heard, and I think as we know, this is appropriate build for that location, but, or at least it's discretionary. So in that approval process, what does administration typically do in that approval process? Like, do you look for what? Underground utilities, previous structure? What's all involved in that process?
Thank you for the question, Councilor Mackay. So yeah, a few of the things that we would typically look for: access, hours of operation, building heights, building setbacks, location of utilities. We do know that, I guess, just based on the high level outline of concept site plan, there are utilities in the area. Yeah, so just kind of the basic things: heights, setbacks, lighting, etc.
All right, no, thank you. I just was wondering what was involved in that whole process, whether or not, and is that something that the city admin does, or is that something that the applicant has to do?
So the applicant has to provide the information, and then administration reviews reviews the application with respect to the land use bylaw. As noted, it is a discretionary use, so there would be a mailing that would go out to properties within the area, and then we would have some time frame for them to respond. But yeah, we need a complete application, and then we can go to work on reviewing it to make sure that it fits within the LUB and make sure that any potentially conflicting issues would be mitigated to the satisfaction of the development officers.
All right, thanks. I appreciate that. I wasn't totally aware of the whole process, so thank you very much. My question, Councillor Killick, in relation to your motion, the 60 days is, so I'm kind of wondering about the wording here. So, I mean, does the 60 days include, that's the clock starts as soon as we're notified by ACA that they've received the $3 million, and it kind of goes to, I guess, Councillor Broadhead's question. Is that your interpretation of what you're trying to accomplish with 60 days? So it's not, if the motion passes tonight, the 60 days doesn't kick in. It's once the minimum threshold of $3 million is, and that can be in kind or in whatever.
Correct. The 60 days is really so that it gives council a timeline when we would have it brought back to us. Probably more along the lines of doing the financial review. There's kind of some steps, and I'll be asking administration here in a second, but the first step is to meet and mutually agree to the terms of the financial review. It's not reviewing the whole project, it's just a financial review. Make sure it's financially viable. Then ACA has to go away and on their dime do the financial review. They have to bring that back and review it and get sign off that says, yes, this is now done and it makes sense. Obviously, I don't think they're going to bring back a review that would be negative. I'm hoping it's going to be positive. And then the second part that has to be, second step that has to be accomplished is the additional funding confirmation of the other 3 million. Then when we have all those pieces lined up, council will take a look at it within 60 days.
Within 60 days, once all of that information is
right.
Okay, so that's adding on a lot, potentially some time frame here.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I just wanted to, I was kind of, because it's like, is considered within 60 days, and I was kind of wondering what those guidelines were, or the boundary lines were. And potentially, would it be administration's responsibility to come back with recommendations as to what we would provide funding for up to? Like, I mean, going to Councillor Jolly's and some of my questions earlier, like, are we looking at $250,000 spread over 4 years? Or are we looking at a negotiated price range with our users? Or Is that, you're expecting administration to come back with that kind of information?
I would be hoping that once ACA comes forward with their $3 million of other funding, that they would be able to bring back a recommendation as to what would be the appropriate level of funding for the city.
And the manner of that funding.
And
Okay.
and the manner of that funding.
Okay. All right.
Could
yeah.
be open.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
All right. And Councillor Killick, you have questions?
Yes, Madam Mayor, through you to administration, just wanted to follow up on Councillor Jolly's question. To achieve the desired outcome of the motion, the first step is sitting down with ACA and scoping out the terms of the financial review. That's the mutually agreed to financial review is the way the motion is worded. Could administration give me a sense as to how long that would take to, again, scope out a mutually agreed to terms of reference for a financial review?
Through the chair to Councillor Killick, we will definitely need to, if that's council's will to move forward with this, we would reprioritize our project so we would have resources in line to be able to address this. We would need probably at least 4 to 6 weeks probably to go back and forth, make sure we have the scope of work to ensure that it was acceptable to both ACA and the city. We would want to engage some other departments such as potentially finance. We would want to ensure that there was a review from the city side in terms of that we had included all of the scope of work. Danielle, maybe I'll ask Danielle if she has any further comments. It will be her team that will be doing a lot of the carrying the load on this work.
So through the mayor to Councillor Killick, I would echo what Ms. Enger has stated. So really it would be about a reprioritization of some of our projects, just to allow for room to complete that work. But I would say a good 4 to 6 weeks minimum would be a requirement just to allow us to do that full vetting and to make sure that we had a robust kind of discussion with ACA in terms of the expectations of that financial review.
Okay, thank you. And another follow-on question to that then is, do you think that that could be accomplished without it causing a material delay to the work that's already underway for the recreation amenity prioritization study? Because of trying to understand if these two things can be accomplished at the same time. And I know the schedule to bring that report back is sometime in Q2, but trying to get a sense as to if this can be accomplished or how this can be accomplished in parallel.
Do you want me to answer that, Dan? So through the mayor to Councillor Killick, we would continue work on the community amenities because that project is kind of underway and further progressing at this time. We have dates set now to begin public engagement and start that portion of the project, to which will feed back into our needs assessment. So that project is underway, but we would have to look at the other projects we have in alignment with our department and find some capacity for our staff to complete this work. I would say the community amenities one is in full progress at this point though. So we really have to continue on with that project at this point.
And just to follow on to that, then ACA in the background, or it was identified that ACA would be one of the community groups that would be consulted for input into the rec study. Could this also be accomplished at the same time in parallel without, delaying one or the other?
Yeah, so the ACA has been noted as a stakeholder in the community amenities and the recreation prioritization project, so that would continue. We have identified a number of stakeholder groups within the community to ensure we've got robust public engagement to determine our recreation prioritization. So I would say that we would continue on with that project, and then ACA would still be involved in that project as a stakeholder and be invited to participate as any of our stakeholder groups would be at this point.
Thank you.
All right, Councillor Killick, I see no more. Councillor Jolly just put up her hand. So one more question and then I'll.
Yeah, so I sent an email to everyone just with a proposal for an amendment. So Councillor Killick, I don't know if you would take that as friendly. I'm just suggesting that we add that maximum of $1.5 million in there, and also add that we require a public engagement report before making any decision. So I don't know if you can take a look at that, and if you'll take it as friendly, great. If not, I can make that motion to amend.
I'm sorry, did you say you'd sent it to me or?
Yeah, it's
oh,
an
just on
email.
your-
So
Okay.
she just has added that Active Communities Alberta requests for financial support, and then she added to a maximum of 1.5 million for the city, da, 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 da. And then in your second part of your motion where it says a receipt of an independent financial review of the proposal completed by a third party funded by ACA, and then she added and public engagement report. So she's added a maximum number and a public engagement report. If you want that as friendly, then it's automatically in there. If you want to debate it, then we can debate it.
I think I'm happy to add that in there.
Okay.
I think it adds clarity and I'm all for public engagement. And I think we've heard from ACA that they're all for public engagement as well. So the revised motion as worded.
Okay, so that's added in as a friendly.
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead, Councillor McKay.
Councillor Jolly, your interpretation of financial support could be in services in kind equivalent to 1.5 potentially? Not, are you actually saying 1.5 million?
You know what? I just added that based on Councillor Killick's comment that he'd be open to discussing a donation from the city up to 1.5.
Okay, no, I'm just was curious in relation to what, are you actually talking about cash or were you just talking specifically in relation to financial support? I'm just trying to get clarity for administration. If we're going to send this back to administration, you know what I mean? That's all I'm trying to say.
I'm not comfortable donating that money to this project. Is that what you're asking?
No, I'm asking whether or not you're comfortable in saying whether that financial support would be in cash, 1.5 million, or services like financial support, which could
I have no opinion.
I like that. So you can add it.
Well, I mean, I'm just asking clarity. I mean, request for financial support, but I'm just asking if, I just want to know if that's what was
If
interpreted.
that's the intent, it needs to be clear in the motion. So if you want that to be clear in the motion, she's okay with whatever, you can make it more clear by adding it.
Well, then it goes back to the,
Yeah.
being as it's a friend, it goes back to the original mover though, in the sense.
Yep.
Do you follow what I'm trying to say here, Councillor Killick? I'm trying to say that request for financial support, and I'm trying to figure out if it's in services in kind or in, I just don't even know.
You can just say including services.
Including services in kind. Would that meet your need?
I think it would. I'm not clear as to what the city could provide as services in kind, but
well, let's just say
I'd leave it open to that.
Well, I'm just trying to make it as, I'm trying to make it as broad as I possibly can so that we can obviously look at supporting this if it's approved, but it's just whether or not it's all in cash, whether it could also be negotiated as services in kind up to an amount of 1.5 million.
I think if that works for administration and we can
You know where to add that, Tamara?
achieve that, it makes it broader, so it casts a wider net and maybe makes it easier for us to contribute to
Yeah.
ACA. That'll be good.
See, he's all about the friendly today. Friendly amendments all around.
Well, do you follow what I'm trying to, you're right, it makes it broader, but it also allows administration to work with active communities. It also allows active communities to look at it, and they're not sitting there thinking they're going to get $1.5 million in cash, but they could also, it could negotiate whatever those services in kind. I don't know what those are. It's your motion, so you can accept it or not.
I think if it helps move the motion forward, then I'm certainly agreeable to it.
So where are we adding it?
Including services in kind.
Perfect. Okay.
And the reason I would say yes is because if we gave them cash and then they had to buy services back from the city, it ends up going around in a big circle. So this makes sense to me.
Okay, I see another question, Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. So this is to amend. So if with this additional amendment, how do we, when you see this, how do we account for our services in kind? Like I'm just trying, because we can eat up $1 million services in kind by helping with the public consultation and helping just assess the project, et cetera, et cetera. So how are we actually going to do the accounting with this new amendment being put in?
Through the chair to Councillor Hughes, I was thinking the same thing. It is a bit challenging to look at the in-kind from a city administration. What would that look like? Would it be, you know, accounting support or staff support, or, you know, in terms of resources, the city wouldn't probably provide public works staff to go and help, you know, construction, those kinds of things. So, but we could definitely think about what could be in kind, and if it was included in the motion, we could assess that and put some parameters around what that could be in conversations.
So, sorry, I just cut you off. I didn't mean to. So I guess I just want to clarify the initial assessment that we're doing with regards to public consultation, just evaluating it. Are we going to count that as towards in-kind services, or are we looking at services specific to the project after the assessment's been completed?
Well, Councillor Hughes, in most community projects, in-kind means usually a private organization or a volunteer in the community providing services to that project specifically. When the city provides in-kind for like events, it is, you know, traffic calming, those kinds of things. So we'd have to look at the project specifically and what the requirement or the need would be for in-kind support, and how as a city we might be able to do that. So it would take a bit of thought in terms of what that might look like and how we might be able to provide in-kind services.
I guess what I'm asking for is just that we're not considering, I know this just came up, like literally, this is a surprise to both you and myself, but I'm looking for assurances that the work being done over the next couple of months, or whatever the time frame is, I don't know when they'll get the money together, for example, but before it comes to council for a decision, those hours the staff are doing right now are not going to be considered in-kind hours, that you're looking at hours specifically for after that decision. I guess I'm just looking for assurances that we're not going to count these hours.
Okay, I can take the question.
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
Through the mayor is that we would not be considering those for in-kind hours. It would basically start at the time that council approves the project to move forward.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
Okay, thank you for that, Mr. Hiltz. Okay, so no more hands up. Nobody pushing their marker. I'm accepting your motion, Councillor Killick. I'll let you have your opening arguments.
Thank you, Mayor. The opportunity here has been scaled back significantly from where ACA first started. They've listened to administration and council and scale back their proposal from the large arena. It clearly meets a need that has been identified and supported by both the winter sports, hockey, ringette, etc. associations, as well as it opens up a great opportunity for summer use when school is not in, for things like pickleball and maybe lacrosse and others. The beauty of this proposal is that we're actually going to do a financial review and make sure the numbers make sense to us. The school board did a financial and business review, and it made sense to them, and that's why they were agreeing to a 35-year commitment. They've obviously hammered out some other terms and conditions as well, and I think this is an opportunity for us to look at this with a fresh perspective. I hope it can fit in to our existing work that is already underway with administration on the recommended prioritization. That scope was identified as looking at priorities for a new rec center up in the Northwest, Hopefully this will complement that. It could be built sooner. There's a timeline on completing this with ACA. So hopefully this could be up and running, providing services to our winter and summer users, community users. ACA is committed to have strong public engagement. They've already responded back to the letter of concerns that was expressed a few hours ago. So I know they're committed to doing that. And it meets the Ernst & Young report of finding different sources of revenue and engaging with our community groups to do that. I think this is a great way to bring a new project forward. It's certainly different, and I can only imagine if we had more groups that were as committed, or as many groups that are as committed as ACA is in sticking with a project like this. So I hope everybody takes all of the good points in that were raised by Mr. Bakowicz when we asked him questions, and administration, that we can accomplish both of these things at the same time, and support the motion.
All right, good opening arguments. I see Councillor Jolly already has her hand up. Go ahead, Councillor Jolly.
Thank you. So this location couldn't be worse in terms of municipal investment. We need ice in newer areas of St. Albert in the north and west, like Councillor Killick mentioned, not in the vicinity of many existing public indoor and outdoor ice and summer sports surfaces. And I don't need public engagement to tell me that. You know, when St. Albert invests in a recreation facility, whether that's for $100,000 or $1 million of tax dollars, we have to ensure that the location is consistent with the community's needs. And I would welcome a similar proposal in an area with a need for a recreation facility. I want Northridge, Erin Ridge, new areas to access, to have access to city investment in recreation, like I have near my neighborhood in the south. So for these reasons and many others that have been reflected in correspondence we've had from residents, I'm not comfortable committing staff time to come to an agreement about requirements of any study or evaluations of the results of a study. You know, at the end of the day, if ACA builds this private facility, they should go through the standard capital granting, development permitting and appeals processes that are required of any development that we're asking from all of our other nonprofits. And we shouldn't be committing staff time to a project that's not aligned with our recreation needs. So I know this needed to be discussed, but those are my thoughts on the matter. Thank you.
Councillor Bermansky.
Through mayor to council, I agree with, disagree with Councillor Jolly. This location actually fits in with the our intent to refurbish older neighborhoods. There's a brand new school being built at Paul Kane. There's many areas of the city that do bus their children to school in that area. You know, again, it's on a main thorough road. So Sir Winston Churchill, St. Albert Trail, it's very, very easy access. The plus of having it around so many schools and a swimming pool is that many, many things can be accessed at the same time. So you have your childcare, you have your schools, you have your swimming. You can have, you know, kids at swimming and then the other kids at the skating area, you know, nearby. In the newer areas, I know that we're recommending like rec centers that will surely come down the road. But I mean, this is an outdoor facility that's costing the city essentially, you know, a very, very small amount, and a dedicated group of people that, you know, are willing to put this into the community. So I like to see new projects in older neighborhoods, because we just can't abandon those neighborhoods for the new neighborhoods when those things will come to the new neighborhoods as well. So that's my input. I will support this project.
Thank you. Councillor Broadhead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Killick, for bringing forward this motion, and indeed for the two amendments. Honestly, I'm not sure that this particular initiative by ACA takes the pressure off on addressing the long-term recreational needs of St. Albert. I do believe that's in the northwest course of our community where we've already identified it to go. But what this does do is provide some more immediate help in providing ice surfaces for those who are engaged in that sport. I do know that a significant amount of taxpayer money is going outside the city, but I think that's a small portion compared to the efforts of our citizens packing up their youth at 5 in the morning and driving to all sorts of portions of the region. And I think this particular project has an opportunity to take the pressure off on that. I think in proposing the motion that you did, Councillor Killick, you put some criteria in front of council and in front of ACA, quite honestly, and the community that says we will consider what you're talking about and support you to a certain extent on the basis of some work and some commitment on your part. And I think this is, there's wisdom in that. And also when I read the Ernst & Young report, they did come out and say, hey, we need to start to look at new and innovative ways of providing services within our community. And here's one way of doing that. And I think the protections that you put into your motion are well served by the people of St. Albert. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Broadhead. Councillor Mackay.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I'll be brief because I don't want to repeat a lot of what has already gone before. Initially, surprisingly, and I've always been a very strong supporter of ACA and what they were intending on bringing and kind of the model that they had proposed. And I honestly believe strongly in their business case, and I didn't think that they really needed our help. I thought that they were going to actually achieve their funding goals, and I'm still fairly confident that they're going to achieve at least the minimum of 3 million, and if not that more. And I really, because of that, I actually wasn't going to support the motion because I thought that there was, for reasons that have been identified, I mean, there's a lot of pressure on administration. There's a kind of another process that's ongoing in relation to identifying our needs. But as been identified, this is something that is in front of us now. I believe it is going to go ahead. It has already got significant partnership with the school board. It's got support, but some of the amendments that we passed, and I realize maybe the hurdle I maybe gave administration around interpreting what is in kind, but I'm confident that that can be worked out. But I believe that now, since we've kind of tweaked it a little bit, that I can support that because, as Councillor Broad has identified, you've put a few more gates in there that actually allows assurances that council will do its due diligence. But I think that there would have been other ways that probably we would have been able to contribute anyways, and probably would have gone ahead and helped out this organization because we value what they're going to bring to the community. But there is still significant work for them to do and for them to undertake. And but I look forward to this coming back whenever it does, because I mean, there's a lot of time frames that I'm still not I won't know about, and I really do hope they don't cause grief for our administration. But I'm going to support this now because I think that we've actually put, in addition to what you have already put in your initial motion, we've actually put some additional parameters around it. So I'm going to support it.
Thank you. Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. The way I see it, we have three choices. ACA's come forward. They came forward a few months ago and asked whether or not we'd be interested in doing financial contributions. So we have three choices. We can say no, flat out, we're not interested in any financial support and save your time. We can say sure and come up with a number without having done due diligence, without actually looking at their fiscal analysis or anything else. Or we could do what we have in front of us today, which is to ask them to do the fiscal analysis, bring it to us, give staff some time to go over it, have a discussion amongst council, and look to see if it even has the numbers that would justify considering supporting it. We're also asking them to come up with enough funding support to show that this project is off the ground. In the past, they've come forward and asked for financial support before they've done the sufficient fundraising. So I think that with the $3 million minimum, it shows that this project is viable, it's credible, it's moving towards its final goal. And instead of being the first ones at the gate, we're towards the end of the gate to discuss if we want to have any contributions or not. This motion does not indicate that we're going to provide anything, although thank you, Councillor Jolly, for putting the cap on there, because in my mind, it was also capped at that 1.5, but that doesn't mean we're doing 1.5. It means that we will have a discussion and it will be no more than 1.5. It could be still zero at the end of the day. We could look at the financial analysis, look at the rest of our considerations and still come back with zero. But we're making it clear that before we make a decision, we're going to make sure that they have done, show that they have this community support, show that we have the numbers to actually justify going through all the work for staff and for council to make that decision, going through a financial analysis that they'll be paying for, not us, and then we can have an educated decision and then come back with an answer in a reasonable amount of time. So to me, this is really the only way to handle it. The capital grant funding, we know it's $250,000. We know that anywhere between 6 and 10 come to the gate every day. And normally it's for rehabilitation and renovations, not for new projects. And the most we've ever given is $90,000. So their ask has been greater, and as a result, our demands are being greater, and we still are not guaranteeing anything. This is just a process to let them know we hear you. This is what we want to see before we make a decision, so we make a responsible decision. And then after that, we can see what happens. But this project is not expecting to have any operating costs to the city. It is not expecting it's going to be, what they're suggesting is a maximum of a quarter of their total costs on capital. So I think it's definitely worth having a discussion about, but I do want to see the numbers afterwards. I want to see the fiscal analysis and be able to assure both the public and ourselves that there will not be an expectation that they're going to go under, that their numbers are solid, and that there will not be an operating deficit in the future. So, and then we have, in addition to public consultation, where they will have to address the concerns of the public as they come forward to make sure that it is something that fits into the community the best possible. And finally, I want to just remind people, like, just because we're putting one in they got the land, we said find the land yourself, and then we complained they found the land yourself. They found the land, it happens to be on the south side. I personally think there's enough demand to put one on the south and the north, and it's a way to gauge the public support for that before we build one for the north, if they were successful in moving this forward. So I think that this is just a way to answer their request that came forward and do it in a responsible manner so that we make sure that we're looking after dollars. That's it. Thank you.
All right. I think that's everyone had a chance to weigh in. I'm going to weigh in too. Councillor Cook, I'm going to support this motion, and mostly because of some of the changes that have happened as you've gone through the process. The original motion I was very hesitant on, but I love the way you've reworded it so that the onus is on active communities to come up with the minimum 3 million, and the fact that they have to financially pay for the financial review and now the public engagement on their own. So this really does put a lot of work back onto active communities, because in the end, this is a private facility and it shouldn't be our staff's job to do that work. I have a lot of reservations, mostly around the location. I have some reservations around the business case. I'm not sure why a hockey team would pay the same amount of money to go to an outdoor covered rink that they're proposing as they would to service place where it's heated, you can get a coffee. You know, I get that there's pressure and not as many facilities, ice surfaces, but of course, we've heard from our staff that that's not the demand issue is around prime time use, not so much the amount of ice we have in St. Albert. So people have to be accepting that they get it at off peak times. But that's relevant. We'll get their financial assessment to see if the business case holds up. But for me, it's the location. I just honestly feel, as many of the public had mentioned over the weekend, that too many rinks in the southeast corner of St. Albert. It's the same as the pool. Everything is in the southeast corner of St. Albert, when all the growth and all the young families are in the north. If we could build two, then I would put one here and one in the north for sure. So that's my biggest reservation. And no one on this council except for Councillor Broadhead remembers the proposed bike skills park on the Liberton Hill. Like, it was madhouse with public outlash. And so we saw a piece of it this weekend. It's going to get worse in this location because it's a lot of use cramming into a small area. So that's my biggest hesitation. But your motion is actually worded such that the location's not actually there. So who knows? I've always thought I'd love to work with Active Communities Alberta to have them partner with us in the rec facility in the Northwest. And then we could even design it such that we could cover it and put walls around it in the future, and it would be our new waste. But that's here nor there. I think, honestly, this is an innocuous motion that really gives some direction to our staff that we're asking Active Communities to do most of the work. I think they've heard from debate here today about the location and issues surrounding that, but I'm going to support your motion and we'll see where it goes. So if you have anything to close after all that rambling by your 6 colleagues, go ahead.
Thank you. And absolutely, I appreciate all the input from my colleagues. We're a team here. So ourselves on council with administration, we all have to work together to make these kind of things happen. In terms of location, my thoughts were this location is far better than driving out to River Kabar or Calahoo or wherever, as our Councillor Broadhead said, around the region. Shorter drive, safer drive. So location to me was addressed in that way. Pickleball, they drive to Spruce Grove to play. They can play here in the summer. This gives them a great facility. I believe this can be built more quickly than a bigger full-blown arena, or recreation facility, I should say, which is still needed, and we still need to proceed with the recreation needs assessment and location up in the Northwest. I think this is complementary to that and can happen maybe faster. ACA has all the heavy lifting to do here. They have to work with administration to figure out their financial review. They have agreed to pay for it. They've got to raise money, do fundraising to raise money. They've got to raise money from other level of government to get to that $3 million threshold. They have all the heavy lifting to do first. I hope we can support them when they've done that and support the motion going forward. Thank you.
All right, I'm calling for the vote. Voting's closed. That passes by majority with Councillor Jolly opposed. All right, moving on in our agenda. We have information request, notice of motion, and announcements. Councillor Killick, you sent in 2 IRs. Why don't you read those in?
I had sent in 3. The first one was based on our discussion about the waste to energy. The IR was to follow up, to have administration follow up with Rose Ridge to determine if they currently do any methane greenhouse gas capture or if they have any plans to do so in the near future. 2 others that were discussed based on the recent CTV national news coverage of the solar panels on the Kalmar Arena was also announced that the solar energy production data is available online and displayed on a monitor in the arena. The IR is to request what it would take to make this type of data available to residents for our solar system at Service Place. Second part of that motion or information request is that the Kalmar Arena project stated it has funding arrangement with NMAX to finance the payment of the solar infrastructure over 15 years, and that NMAX has several such agreements in place around the province. The IR is to request administration to provide a report on the details of this agreement with NMAX and how it is structured, and could it be applied to future installations in the city of Edmonton or city of St. Albert. Third IR now is that notice that garbage collection in the city of Edmonton, the rates for blue, green, and black bin waste collection are significantly higher than for similar service offered in St. Albert. Recognizing that city of Edmonton says that they are doing their higher rates are because they're doing full cost recovery, IRs to request a side-by-side comparison of the rates in Edmonton for blue, green, and black bin compared to the rates in St. Albert.
All right. Okay, those are IRs. Anyone else have any IRs that they've sent in that I don't remember about? I don't see any hands up. Any notices of motion? Okay, moving on. All right, going in camera now. So I need a motion to go in camera on 17.1, which is the land matter. And then this one, we will have to reconvene back in public. So who's gonna make that one? The girls at home just don't make any motions. You guys can make motions at home if you want, but go ahead, Councillor Mackay.
Council move in camera to discuss the matter pursuant to section 24(1)A and section 25(1)C of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy.
All right, I will call for the vote. Voting's closed. That passes unanimously. Does somebody want to make me the host? Yeah, we're just going to stay here. And Natalie, Sheena, and Shelly, give us like 5-ish minutes because we've got staff in here that need to clear out of chambers. And I got to set up breakup rooms and use the facilities. So give us 5 minutes.
Shelley, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Can you hear us?
Yep.
Yep. So is your votes in the chat?
Oh, sorry. Shelley just posted, I do not have sound. I didn't know that we were voting on anything.
Pardon? Maybe Council Chambers was muted. So Councillor Mackay put the motion on the floor. Sorry, Diane's saying it was muted. Okay.
Okay.
On the floor, you probably saw me laughing because I said, do you have any comments? He's like, no. Then I looked at you guys. Did you have anything on debate on the sale of these parcels? Seeing you don't. Then
Okay.
we called for the votes. So now you can put your votes in the chat. Sorry that Council Chambers was muted.
Just to be clear, only one of the two motions is in the chat. I didn't hear anything either. I don't know which motions were made.
I only read the top one, the very first one, 20 Carlton Drive.
Oh, why didn't you read both? Okay. 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 Well, we're doing one at a time now. Do we have the three at home? They registered their vote? We're waiting for you, Councillor Bermansky. Okay. Everyone else can hear us, Councillor Bermansky. You can't?
I can't hear anything.
Well, you just heard me say that.
Yes, but I can't hear anyone else in chambers.
How about now?
That's good.
Yeah.
That's too bad for you.
I'll send her a message. Yes to the motion, she says. But she must have heard some part of it. Okay. That passes unanimously. Councillor Killick, go for the second one. There's no one saying anything, David, don't worry.
Okay. That the chief administration officer be authorized to complete a sale of the city-owned property legally described as Plan 0625845, Block 8, Lot 9, Municipal Address 65 Carlton Drive, St. Albert, for a sale price representing market value as determined by an independent appraisal, less an adjustment approved by the CAO to reflect potential development constraints and subject to usual and customary closing adjustments for a commercial property listed with a real estate broker.
Thank you. Any comments?
I need to read. None. Thank you for asking.
Anyone else have any debate arguments on the second motion? Seeing shaking heads, I will call for the vote. Councillor Bermansky, how do you vote? That's weird that everyone else can hear and she can't. I'm typing a message through. I'm messaging her. Her speakers must be muted, eh? Looks like she's typing something. Okay, yes, she says. All right, so I assume that passed you now, so I'm seeing if she's getting this fixed. All right, We need to go back in camera for a Fire Hall 1 conversation. We do not need to reconvene in public for that one. So why don't we just set up a breakout room and then you can leave, I guess, and we'll just end the meeting. Or no, we can't end the meeting without you, can we? I want to relieve you guys of the pressure of sticking around. So is there am I not allowed to be a host anymore? I know you were. I was, because I've made a bunch of breakers. Okay. There you go. I'm in. You are now host. Okay. So you need Mike, Everett, David, Adrian, and the 2 Dianes. Okay. Okay, let's make a motion to go back in camera. Councillor Killick. Just say so moved.
So moved.
All those in favor of
Council
going
moved.
back in camera? I can't see Shelley. Hold on.
Kelly, are you okay with going back in camera? If you are, raise your hand.
She can't hear anything. I think her speakers are muted because everyone else can hear. Sean, can you send her a private message maybe? Help her through this? So register 6 in favor, Shelley unable to vote because we need to get going on this.
We can't do that, I believe. Yeah. Then she's off of council permanently.
Yeah, you cannot do that. You have to give her an opportunity to vote. And the reason is she's present at a meeting.
Yeah.
If she's present at a meeting and not permitted to vote, then she's disqualified from council. And this is not good.
No, I wouldn't do that. I would actually just tell her to log out because.
Yeah, we just have to wait until this is resolved, sadly.
So are you messaging her, Sean? Okay.
I can call her on her cell phone.
Need to be back in person. I know. I know, otherwise I would have said, let's have dinner tonight. Yeah. She just sent me a private message that said yes. I think she might have been responding to you, Sean. Pardon? This is live on YouTube, by the way. I told people that we're boring.
I just got sound. Thank you.
What happened? Pardon? Yeah, it was on her end. Okay. All right. Councillor Killick made a motion to go in camera. Councillor Bermansk, we're just waiting for your vote. Councillor Bermansky?
You're muted.
thumbs up good enough?
We can take that as a yes to go in camera, yes.
All right, I will set up the breakout rooms now. We're in camera.
Corey from Communications, you can go ahead and